those fucking weeks. Hello, everyone. I know it's been a bit since I've been able to do anything on the channel. I mean, at all. It's been a long week. When work comes along, you take it when you don't have money. So, I'm fortunate to be able to get good work at all, so fucking be it. I'm just going to leave these texts really big up there. I like this as a general thing. I hope all of you are well, just generally, at least. I'm probably a little mentally slow right now. Happy to see I'm alive? Well, I'm happy to see I'm alive too. It's one of those things that every month it's gotten weirder and weirder in this economy. I was talking to Sunday about this last night, and I've had this chat, I think, openly a few times. It is weird to sort of retire, but not. Like, that's the word I'm using for it because it's probably the most accurate. 2006, 2005, I took my first job working for a video game magazine doing reviews. I wanted to get in the games industry really bad, and I didn't think it was possible. I was building mods for Unreal 2003, building maps for it. I loved modding. It's what got me into Dota. Like, I loved modding, building stuff. And I'll never forget, like, I had like all of these awful moments in the early part, like movie level joke bad moments of a career. I applied to NetDevil. NetDevil's an MMO maker. I got hooked with them because an incredibly kind woman who ran community for NCSoft happened to be working on Auto Assault and invited me out. I got to meet them. They were a Colorado developer, which was not a thing. There aren't a lot of developers in Colorado, even still. But at the time, certainly not. And so I applied to work, and I had my resume put together. I burned a CD with all my levels and an installer I built for it. Like, I really went overboard. And I applied to be a junior designer. They had an opening for this, which is like a shit job on an MMO, but I didn't care. It was an entry job. I'll take it. And the guy who I interviewed with the first time, he gave me like 2 minutes. And then he said he had things to do. I drove an hour. He had things to do, sorry, and he sat me with someone else and left. And I left my stuff with him, my resume, and we would schedule a time next week for me to come back. We came back, he sat down with me, and he picked up my resume and started reading it. It's clear he'd never looked at it before. And he said to me that I wasn't cut out for video games, that I should quit and stop trying. I broke my heart. It was one of the incredible. There's a lot of cruel people in video games, by the way, because that's not the only time this happened. My brother and I that summer drove down to Austin Games Conference, which later became the MMO conference. It was kind of that anyway, because Austin was filled with like Sony Online, a bunch of people. But Nahul, hey, Scott Brown, who's the owner of the company, and I ended up becoming friends, which is kind of hilarious. Really nice guy. And I ended up connecting him to investment. Like, I have many lessons of life, but the biggest is always be kind to people, because you never know who you're going to need help from in 2 years. And Scott was that. Scott was always kind to me. And so as such, I returned the favor. Other people are not. That guy ended up not working in games again. So be it. We go to Austin Games. I spent time, I got my CDs with my mods and my levels, professionally printed with like my picture on it and like my email address. And I was really excited because it was like, this was way early. Like, internet dial-up going to DSL was brand new. Like, this was not an era where you could just upload shit to the internet. It was very tough to have all this stuff. So I was like, I've got this. I got my resume. I had a cover letter. I went and I got special binders for it. And I go down to Austin Games, and they've got this huge floor of all these people hiring. And one of them happens to be Cheyenne Mountain Development. If you don't know Cheyenne Mountain, they would go on to be one of the most famous stories of like shutting the doors and chaining it without telling anyone. They were developing the Stargate MMO. I am a bit of a Stargate fan. My roommate, Michael Troutman, and I use his full name because I don't give a shit. You can go say hi to Mike. Mike's wonderful. He's probably my oldest friend, actually. But we had all the Stargate episodes TiVo'd to the point where, based on the first frame of the episode, we knew what the episode was. We watched a lot of Stargate. So I'm like, holy shit, this is great. They made time to see me. And the recruiter met with me, looked through it, and she said, oh, you're going to waste a lot of time here. No one's going to hire you. You really shouldn't be trying to get into games. So she did that. Also didn't survive long. But my brother, who I guess was more handsome than I am, which is probably fair, he got an interview at Electronic Arts. I think it was EA, and they needed some junior sound guy to move to LA. And they needed a junior guy to move to LA, and the recruiter, Chris Biggs, who's a wonderful human being, gave him that job and got him that gig, and it was incredible. He turned around and he got me a gig, and because it's who you know. I spent years trying to get in the games industry. I didn't give up. I cried after this. I was so distraught. It was awful. But I didn't give up. I went to GDC. I worked conferences. I did 3-4 years of doing nothing but conferences and trying to get in. Finally got a gig, made my way through. Turns out I actually have a knack for things, and I worked my ass off building my career. And it's weird to sort of be there 20 years later, looking back on this and like memories and shit and going, oh, there's no career left in video games. There's no career in video games. I believe at this point, thanks to the Electronic Arts news, I believe we're going to see a significant end to what we would consider the video game industry. And I don't think people understand what it's going to be or how that's going to be. I don't think people have a concept of how the video game industry works financially or how these things sort of survive. In the last 8 months, I've applied to over 200 places. I've had interviews at 70 plus. I got to a few that were more in-state, and they let me know we're actually not hiring right now. And at the same time, I've been offered like lower level community management positions for $55K a year, which sounds like a lot until you realize that like, I'd have to move to San Francisco for that with my family. So no, there's a lot of horrific realities, I think, sprinting up that I don't think people are quite aware of. So the games industry is cooked. And it's weird to watch like a career you've worked hard at, that you've been successful at, that you did all the right things, but even some wrong, but like you made a name for yourself, and it's just fucking gone. It's a heartbreaking emotion. It's been a lot to deal with. And I have this is like a passion project. The QC has been a passion project since it started. It's gone 5.5 years now, which fucks with me a lot. It really fucks with me, but it's not a breadwinner. That was the 20 years I spent was so I wouldn't have to worry about, winning bread anymore. And now I do. So whenever a gig comes up or whenever I get a chance to do a thing, short of headlining a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, you pretty much take it and you disappear. And it's been good to sort of take the week off. I do want to talk about, George, you just got into gaming. Good for you. Good luck. The EA thing, for the people who don't know, Jared Kushner, who's Donald Trump's son-in-law, used the power of the presidency in the first term of Donald Trump to become best friends with the Saudis and Qatari funds and Korean funds, all these major state-owned funds, SoftBank and all that shit. He ingratiated himself and got billions of dollars of investment in projects that never came to light. But again, they don't care. Capitalism's not what it used to be. It's very different. So the same day that Netanyahu and Trump are standing there talking about how they've got a peace plan and they're thanking Jared Kushner for it, that morning, Jared Kushner announced a $55 billion leveraged buyout of Electronic Arts. And there's some interesting things when this comes to it. First off, Jared Kushner is not going to be running Electronic Arts. They don't want to run companies. They want to eat them. If you don't understand what a leveraged buyout is, you shouldn't be like, I've seen takes on this that are fucking mind-bending. It's insane. A leveraged buyout, which I'll explain in a second, is a horrifying thing. And it's horrifying in the sense that, companies that go into these tend to end up in not just bankruptcy or receivership, but restructuring, and they have their primary assets basically sold out from under them to the person that they're indebted to. Well, how do they become indebted, you might say? How did they become indebted? Well, Jared Kushner and his people went to EA and said, we will buy your company for, I don't know, I think they said like it was $32 billion. EA makes around $7 billion net a year. So it's not wild to think they're worth like 30-ish. They're not worth 55, but they make good money. EA's done pretty well for itself. Net, not bad. And they say, what we need to do is we need to buy your stock as a premium because we want to take it private. We can't do like a leveraged buyout with a public company. It's not going to work. So we need to buy out all the shares that are there. In order to do that, we have to do it at a premium. So they give a number. I think at the time of the announcement, EA stock was like $170 a share. They go, we're going to offer, I think it's $230 a share, 220, I think was the final offer, whatever it was. It netted out to $55 billion. But that money is kind of not really all theirs. There's like stock exchanges and setups, but part of it is $20 billion, a little bit more, that EA as a company will take out as a loan from them. Which is weird. And it seems illegal to people not in America. Every time I talk about this, they're like, this is... Jan, you can fuck yourself. That's it. You're banned. I just read Jan's comment. You are a fucking motherfucker. You fucking motherfucker. I know the Philosophy Dome. We could do some work in the Philosophy Dome. We could write a book that's just basically pure jargon. And people will tell us we're brilliant. If we get it published by the right people, at least. I wonder if we're connected to anyone. That $20 billion, EA now owes the people buying them, which is weird. And of course, you need to start paying that back immediately. You need to pay principal down almost instantly. And it's going to be like close to $1 billion a month. We don't know the number yet, but we're going to find out when it happens, which is in January. When that doesn't happen, and it won't, when they can't make that payment, right? When they can't make that payment, the people who it's owed to, Jared Kushner and these funds and the Saudis, get to go, all right, well, you know what? That's fair. Why don't you just, instead of that, sell us assets? And the first to go is going to be game studios. And Saudi Arabia will be happily to buy game studios in America. They'll be happy to. Or Canada or elsewhere. EA has studios globally. And Saudi Arabia will happily buy them for pennies on the dollar because they don't pay full amounts. And then what they'll do is they'll either recontract them back to EA as further debt, which is insane, or they'll lay everyone off, crush it, and turn it into something else, which is possible. I'll get to like all of the realities of this. This is a really weird one. Why we know this is because this is what leveraged buyouts do. If you think Toys R Us closed, because of the internet, which is what everyone says, well, you know, Amazon, everyone shops online. No, Toys R Us was doing just fine. It had some issues, but you know, whatever. A leveraged buyout came along, over leveraged them massively, and Toys R Us had to sell all of their land to the person they're in debt from. This happened to Bed Bath & Beyond as well, I believe. This is a really normal thing in the retail space because all the land Toys R Us has is really good land to own. Do you know why it's really good land to own? Because there's a Toys R Us on it. So then they got to charge Toys R Us rent. And Toys R Us, who never had to pay rent before, can't afford rent and the payment. And this continued until basically it destroyed the company. That's a leveraged buyout. That's what's going to happen here. So if this goes through, what you're kind of watching, and it's really funny to watch the gamers who are like, the Gamergate fucks who are like, well, we don't want DEI in our games and blah, 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 and all that. Literally just watch as the largest video game publisher in America. I don't count Microsoft. They're a first party. The largest video game publisher, standalone in America, is sold to external parties from other countries and state-owned financial entities with the child of the president at the helm. This LBO would probably not be approved in most times, because it's the single largest LBO in history by like $10 billion, by like a fifth. This isn't a minorly small, larger thing. The next one was like an energy company in Texas, I think was the second. It was a big deal too when it happened because they fucked that company up beyond words. They don't care. They don't care. The company doesn't matter to them. The company is pure numbers and assets to be played with. Okay? What does EA have? EA has studios, and EA has intellectual property. Battlefield, as much as whatever you may think of any of these games, Battlefield, Plants vs. Zombies, Mirror's Edge. I like Mirror's Edge as a thing. Dragon Age, Mass Effect. EA has go through the catalog. It's fucking crazy. Command and Conquer. Every one of these intellectual properties is worthwhile. They're worth something. And they can be owned and done with. The same with the source code for games, the art for games, the games themselves. There's a lot of shit like that can be straight up. Oh, The Sims. The Sims is huge. EA doesn't have Hitman. Well, that's true. That's IOI, who they did an amazing job with Hitman. When I was at Starbreeze, I tried to really publish it. I really wanted to help them. I'm glad they found a home. The James Bond game does not look good. Sorry to say. But so how is Saudi Arabia going to make money out of Mirror's Edge? They don't have to. So again, Pippa, they don't have to make money in that way. That you're thinking of this as though they care about their $10 billion. They don't. The function of how Saudi Arabia has been working is trying to get hold of and enforce basically ownership in the city and in Riyadh. So that way, if you want to work with them, you have to build a small studio there. If you want to get investment from them, you have to build a small studio there. If you want to work with their IP, you have to build a small studio that are partners there. They're trying to create a way for there to be tech, games, publishing, outsourcing, developers, whatever, inside of Saudi Arabia. They've been trying to do this for years. This is more of that. This is the same thing. But again, the goal is for them not ultimately to simply get the 55. EA has massive offices and land in some of the most prime places in the world. They really do. If you haven't been to a handful of EA studios, my brother's worked at a few. They're stunning. Like Redwood Shores, beautiful campus. There is an exceptional amount of money to be made in a lot of ways here in the commercial real estate market across everything. Like there is a huge amount of money to be made. But again, they don't necessarily lose a lot because the loan that they're paying back in that, like again, this is why LBOs are fucked up. It's fucked up. But here's the thing. Once an LBO enters and happens inside of an industry, and there's verticals that this happens in. When it happens in retail, for example, or it happens in retail food, which like Baskin Robbins, for example, and a bunch of others. This is a bit of a poison pill for future investment. Because when an LBO happens, let's say 2 months ago, Pippa, you decided you were going to fund a side project from EA. They came to you like, hey, we want to open a studio. Do you have fun? You're like, yeah, sure. You know what? I'll loan you $5 million. If this LBO goes through, that money goes to the bottom of the payback pile. So if there's ever a bankruptcy, you're at the end of the line and you're fucked. You're fucked. No one wants to be fucked. So the moment LBOs start happening, and say the largest one happens in video games, and say it's an entire publishing group and massive who has massive assets. All of this shit, at that point, what are you doing? You're not going to get investment. The rest of the industry isn't going to see investment in the same way. Ubisoft could be seeing an LBO in the US. We could see that. I don't think Eve is like weird about family maintaining control, and they did a weird deal with Tencent and all this. They're doing everything they can, but it's a possibility now. I wouldn't have even thought video games was good for an LBO, like as a thing. It doesn't make sense in the same way that like retail or other things that have like 1,000 stores and lots of land. It's not a really smart deal unless you realize that it's part of the sort of larger plan of Saudi Arabia to become culturally relevant and the Middle East and enforce that. It's pretty normal. It's really fucked up. But with that, I don't know anyone who's getting funding in games. Like $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. They're just not a thing. The publishers aren't publishing. They're publishing games that are kind of mostly done or from insiders that they're aware of or deals they have where they have more control. It's really broken. So I'm watching the games industry just kind of flitter away. And it's a weird feeling. And I don't know anyone who's completely like, I don't know anyone who isn't certain that the games industry is fucked right now. Like completely fucked. Except for people who are not in it. That's one I've seen. A couple people talking about how, well, look, the indie scene is stronger than ever. Really? Really? The games industry is raking in billions of dollars, and one game a month making a couple $1 million out of nowhere because it's one guy feels good, but the other 90% of games that make no money, like, it's a business. It's not art. It makes no sense except as a way of luring investment. Who wants to go to work in Riyadh? They're trying. Like, they're actively trying to get people to move there, and their investments come with those strings. PIF as a thing, which is the main like Saudi fund for this kind of stuff. That's the deal. You get funding, you have to open a part office there. That was true for the AI stuff that they invested in, and you're damn right they did. I've had friends who got stuck moving over there because their companies did, or they were working as consultants, so they had to go over there. It's not a place most people want to go, and they're paying silly money. Silly money. It's like when I talk about my time in Dubai. I didn't get hazard pay because I was stupid. But other people who were brought in, fucking crazy hazard pay for expats there. Like, you're talking about making 2 to 3 extra salary for being in a place where also they're paying for everything. And it's like for expats in certain areas, it's incredibly, I don't know, dystopian sci-fi-esque, but on the nice side of things. It's horrifying. But money is money. And how much money does it take for you? If someone gave you $500,000, would you go do comedy in Riyadh? Yeah, you probably would. And we're talking probably about that kind of money, especially with the comedian people. If you haven't heard, a bunch of comedians going. I find it horrifyingly distasteful, and it makes me sad as shit who is actually going. There's a handful that just break my heart. But that's all Riyadh's doing. They want to be seen as important on the world stage, despite having no culture of their own that they're willing to sort of allow to grow. They're an insular, a deeply, deeply acerbic kind of brutal Orthodox culture internally. And they're trying to rewrite so the city where Riyadh was founded, they're rebuilding it. It's a bunch of crazy shit that they're doing to try to like make it seem like they're a cosmopolitan place. Women are allowed to sort of drive and occasionally be seen with that. Like, it's fucking crazy. Jim Jeffries, like Bill Burr, like literally I can't look at any of these people anymore because it's like, if they came out and they said, hey, I'm a whore, I take money, and they say how much, if it's like $500,000, what's your number? Like I used the joke in the stream the other day. A drunk guy walks up to a woman at a bar who's perfect looking, gorgeous, poised and smart. He walks up to her and he says, "You're beautiful. I'd love to have sex with you." And she says, "That's ridiculous." He goes, "I will give you $10 million. She looks at him and goes, "Really?" Oof. I mean, she's thinking about it, and he goes, I'll give you $50. She's like, I'm not a whore. He goes, we've established what you are. We're just bargaining. That's kind of where most of this stuff lands. In our culture, you got to make money. You have to survive. I get it. Everyone's got a number. If you don't think you have a number, you haven't been put in a position where you get to find out. Everyone's got a number. I haven't hit it yet, but everyone's got a fucking number. And that's where you're starting to talk about, like, when you have money to throw away, and Saudi Arabia does, that they don't need their money. They don't really take care of their people. They have a brutal caste system and effectively slavery in a lot of ways. By the way, I'm never visiting. I would expect that I would be getting my head cut off. That thing, yeah, they don't use the money. They use it to buy everything they can. So that way, at some point, they have something else. It's the line. What is the line? It was said by one of the sheiks. My grandfather rode here on a camel. My father drove a Benz. I drive a Rolls Royce. My son will drive a Benz, and my grandson will ride a camel, because they understand innately that they are at a point in time where they happen to have a lot of oil, and that's what's going on, and that's going to go away. And then they kind of don't have resources we want, and the West doesn't want, and they don't use it in the same, like it's wild. And so they're able to sort of own everything right now and force it to happen, because capital owns everything. When I was doing my crypto project, 2019-ish, I was always amazed when I would meet people who would say things like, and it was really common, I have more money, why can't I buy an advantage? They'd say that. And it'd be like, do you not understand how games work? They don't. They don't care, because they have the money. They believe it gives them power. This is the mentality of the capitalist. That's it. And the people who have money and control and brutal dictatorial power in Saudi Arabia, it's one of the worst places in the world. American Dad had a great episode about it, by the way, where they actually had a whole song, about how it's the worst place in the world, especially if you're a woman. And it's true of a lot of people. So like all of those things they can just buy. And now they're doing it with video games and entertainment. They did this with films. They would fund films and you had to go film them in Saudi Arabia. Mission Impossible ran into this. If you watch at the beginning, anytime you see like a Saudi Arabia production company, and it's not true anymore because they stopped doing it because it didn't bring film industry there. That was the promise of the at the time Minister of Entertainment, that, oh, we just put a bunch of money and they'll film stuff here, and then eventually we'll just force a group to just keep making movies here. And then it never happened, because it turns out it's hell. So no one really wants to stay there because it sucks. And so now they're like, oh shit. So they moved to other things. They moved to tech. It didn't really work because, again, no one wants to be there. They have a weird educational system. They don't have the user base to do that. It's wild. The whole thing is crazy. And so it's like, now it's games, and that'll take 2-3 years for people to sort of churn through that. And in that time, you're not going to be seeing investment. You're going to only have this sort of haves and have-nots. And as much as you guys are excited whenever, look, there's a great game that came out. There's a game I'm going to be picking up on Steam. One sec. It just came out, and a friend was like, this is actually really fun. You should have fun with it. Megabonk. It's like, a couple dudes made it, I guess. And it's like a Vampire Survivor silly game. I like dumb bullshit. That sold like 1 million copies. Crazy shit. The guys made a good amount of money. That is nothing. The amount of money that Fortnite and Call of Duty and Minecraft alone pull in is so much. And you can't make games that compete with them. Like, when we talk about games that compete with them, we don't understand. If you don't see the numbers, these games control most of the games industry. It's a handful of games. The same way there's a lot of streaming services and you can go, look, there's all these streaming services and movies and stuff. And it's like, there's Amazon and there's Netflix and like, what the fuck else? Like the others have such a tiny share. It's pointless. And then really tiny beyond that. The games industry is the same way. We have one storefront on the PC. I don't care what anyone says. It's a disgusting monopoly. Fuck Valve. It's horrifying. The way that the weird subscription model works completely broke how people paid for games and how games were considered successful. Roblox is one of the others. I try not to talk about it because it's, Republicans spend a lot of time on it. So the money they make is insane. Monopoly Go. Yes, August. Monopoly Go. The number of people who play these games and the amount of money they make daily, the amount of money that Monopoly Go makes in a day beats out, if I had to bet, the entire indie games market on PC in a week. So, yes, it's nice that you have a couple games that you can enjoy. Yay. Oh, indie's doing better than ever. Is it? Is it really? Is it really? It's a weird time. Not a lot of interesting games. A lot of samey games. A lot of samey bullshit games that only do well because streamers push them and streamers are corrupt also and it's all fucked. So, this comes around. The last week I've been obviously doing just a silly amount of soul searching. Like just to an absurd level, obviously. 1 second. I gotta... So I've been doing a lot of soul searching, as you may be able to guess, as I've been kind of watching like this go away, games go away, careers here fiddling out. It's fucking weird. And it's a weird feeling. And it will continue to be a weird feeling. But in that, I've been able to sort of sit back and talk about what do I want to be doing with the QC? Like if this is to become something that is possible to do full time, which it ain't yet, but let's say it gets there. What do I want to be doing with it? How do I want to be making it something that is something I'm not just doing as a silly sort of one-off, a couple times a week, but instead of like real push. And one of the things that has sort of sat with me, what's up? Not so Oedipus. Also, it's great to see a bunch of you in here. 100 plus is crazy for me. I love being able to see that we hit these numbers now. And that's one of the reasons that this is sort of important. Reacts are a weird thing, right? Reacts are a weird thing. I think they're super fun until they're not. And when they're not, they're really not. There's not a lot of like middle ground, right? I don't know if that makes sense as I'm saying it. Like, for example, we watched the shitheaded maybe, and I'll call him that. I don't care. The people who like are so clearly out of their gourd, grifter bullshitters, Jonathan Bai, for example, Jordan Peterson, who is awful. Jordan Peterson's awful. Philosophy 2 and Michael Burns are awful too, but they're awful in different ways. And there's a thing that happens as reactions are going that lead in very particular normative sort of directions. And I'm never going to be, well, August, that's kind of I'm never going to be like the XQCs or whatever, where I just like chair react. Like I am too critical of a human being in terms of like, as I watch things, I really care about words said and all of that. That challenge is that it's fun. And honestly, like, again, shitting on a handful of people, I like the shitting on people. There are people who deserve to be shit on. There are people who are like, in a better world, they'd just be in Shiza videos, and that would be their thing because they like it clearly for how they make stuff. But then there's other people who are like themselves pointless. So like Jordan Peterson's dangerous. Philosophy 2 and Michael Burns aren't dangerous. They're pointless. They are empty sacks that could be replaced by AI next week, and no one would really notice. They don't have points. They don't care about what they say. Their position is normative. They're explaining a thing, but they're not doing anything interesting with it. Jordan Peterson, we did his Nietzsche videos. They're not Nietzsche videos. Like, it's one of the more insane things to sort of watch because he doesn't do Nietzsche. He uses Nietzsche as a springboard for his own ideas and teaches you nothing about Nietzsche. That's dangerous. And also, I don't mind shitting on him for that. PhilosophyTube is like, hey, ChatGPT, write me a script about Nietzsche and whether or not he's MAGA and make it snarky. That thing that would output might be exactly the same content and setup and everything. Michael Burns' video on postmodernism, horrifying nightmare, because it is just him being kind of bad at his job. And like the PhilosophyTube thing, it's like, hey, what's postmodernism? Oh, hey, LLMs don't understand the nuances of Jameson's work. So yeah, they'd probably say much of the same thing. It's the normative position, and they're just there talking it and giving voice to it. And it's not interesting. Their misstatements are crap, but not interesting crap. So what ends up happening, because there's a use, and I'll get there, actually reacting to PhilosophyTube ends up being a thing where, if you saw the comments I deleted, you'd realize there's a hatred for Abigail that's, one, based in the same kind of identity politics that she lives within. So there's no irony lost on me there. But that negativity is ensconced and then placed on me for critiquing. Even because occasionally I'll say like, oh God, don't put on that affect. You fucking because I can't help it. At some point, the bullshit that Abigail's saying or Michael Burns is saying, it's impossible not to make the meta critique. It's impossible not to make the meta critique of saying, hey, this is clearly someone here doing X, Y, and Z. The Michael Burns thing is a great example. I go through and I explained how his conception of postmodernism treats it in exactly the wrong way as all the authors he quotes, and that he genuinely doesn't understand what he's talking about. He has me onto his show, and he responds to nothing I say. He doesn't disagree with me. He says the milquetoast normative thing, the non-offensive thing, never making a stand or a statement. It's a big fucking pussy. Like it was just this weird, cowardly bullshit thing. And it was nothing. And then he did another video. It's awful too. And the way it ends up going, and it becomes clear, and it's why you see like at the end of these videos, like the more recent one I did on Abigail is awful. Fucking more recent video is terrible. But like it ends up at a point where it's like, I don't want to talk about these people anymore because they're fucking useless. They're shit. They're not trying. They're just doing normative things. Someone like Gregory Sadler is not like, he's doing the most boring but important thing that he can be doing as an educator. He's doing an educator stream on YouTube. It's him explaining things. And he even caveats it as like, now this is a thing that can be read this way. This can be read this way. This can be read this way. He says this over and over and over because he's there to explain. I can't react to that. It's fine. Good even. But the PhilosophyTube stuff ends up being about Abigail. The Michael Burns stuff ends up being about Michael Burns because it's bad in the same way that you can't help but as you trace why things are bad and out comes a picture of Michael Burns, you're like, oh, yeah, he sucks. But it doesn't matter that he sucks. Like, his sucking is like, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? And this has been weighing on me because it's like, I want to be able to do the critique. I can't tell you, I mean it when I say that the responses to Abigail's Nietzsche video, I'm proud of for the most part, because her bullshit needed to be step by step, especially with the Nietzsche thing in the long form I did, needed to be debunked and talked through. I think people learned stuff. I see the comments. I see people coming to it. They're like, that's the thing. This is important. It is important to me. But making it about her or having her even involved is just shit. It's pointless. It just creates garbage and it creates feedback loops that are just painful, that are more akin to the drama community than they are to the philosophy community. And they're certainly not the voice I want to be putting into the world, like at all. So, what do? You create a new format. So, I already put this post in the fucking QC. So, spoilers. But the thing I'm looking at now is I no longer care about, like, the point isn't Abigail. The point is the things she's saying. And it's not even the thing she's saying. It's using the ideas to build something better. It's using the ideas as explained by Abigail, which is what I tried to do in the video. It's what I tried to do with Michael. It's like, hey, here's how this is said, but how much can we do this? How much can we move this around? Hey, can you try these things together and see what that does? Like, it's different. So I started talking. One of my hobbies, and it's one I haven't done in a while and I need to get back into, but kintsugi is one of my favorite, like, if there is like a cultural appropriation of Japanese culture that you'll see a lot. I do fucking origami. I'm into Eastern religion. Like, sure, call me whatever you want. But kintsugi, which is the art of repairing, but it's not even the art of repairing. It's taking something broken and making it better through visible repairs. If you haven't seen it, there's a handful of really great descriptions of it. Man in the High Castle on Prime, Netflix, whatever it is, has one of the best scenes in it that describes what kintsugi is. Basically, a broken cup, a broken bowl, ceramics, glass, anything like that. You collect the pieces, and then you actually use an epoxy. There's a resin that you can use if you want to be hyper traditional. And you use a setup with gold, silver, brass, but metallic coloring to make conspicuous repairs in the cup so it can be used again. The idea being that the repairs and the way it was broken being almost memorialized or made permanent or made part of the structure. I've always adored this sort of way of thinking of things. And I think the best way to talk about things like Michael Burns or Philosophy Tube is to understand that they're at where, and they've said this, and a lot of people have started saying this, that they believe they've reached the apex of what they're able to do inside of this format. Again, it's because they're garbage, but it's because as they put things out, they don't know how to create. They're just saying the things. I'm blandly reading from a book and telling you what's in the book. Yep, that's in a book. I read that on the internet. There's nothing up here being added to it. Nothing. Meanwhile, I would argue that there's probably few people on earth who, in their time thinking about Charlie Kirk, went, you know, this might be a really good chance to talk about how meaning creation through Yumslevian semiotics is able to generate this type of hate. There's Heather. Heather, wave. Got a wave. Thank you. There we go. So, my father-in-law's visiting, so she probably is like, this is being a little loud. I will say that's not a normative position. I spend a great deal of time trying to make weird things and to make things that stand outside of what is anything normative, to combine things in ways that only seem to work for me and to find ways to communicate them. I think I've done that I did Klosowski with fucking The Simpsons. Like, combining these things and having these conversations in a way that I think get across to people. I used coffee making and the process of recipe development to talk about the virtual and the actual. This thing is important. Todd McGowan, who is one of the good ones. His explanation of sublime objects using Oreos was incredible. Because what he's doing is he's not standing outside. He's not using metaphor. What he's doing is he's doing philosophy for you. And he's doing it by rebuilding parts that aren't working. So what if we were to consider a Philosophy Tube video, a ceramic bowl? One that fell on the ground. Because there's stuff in there. There are ideas. There are pieces in there that are absolutely important. And in fact, because of the clear popularity and the normative position she takes, or Michael takes, or any of these other fucking scammers take, that language clearly resonates and is part of the mechanisms through which many people are able to understand something. So what if we were to pick up those pieces and fix them? What if, instead of making it about Abigail, we actually remove her entirely? What if, instead of reacting to bad philosophy, what if, instead of that, I actually take it apart on my own? Maybe with the help of people. I have no fucking clue. I'm trying to figure this out as I go. I'm just telling you this is the direction I'm going. I figure out the pieces, all the broken pieces, and then I work on how we can glue them back together into something useful, how to make them something, how to repair them. That thing, I think, can be very interesting because it's effectively, and I've been going back and re-listening. I've been beating the shit out of myself, in the background. It's not fun work I'm doing. It's incredibly stressful, but having stuff in the background helps me. And having myself in the background has been really good because I know when I physically cringe and when I don't. When I'm being honest and blunt and open, or when I'm being oddly performative, not intentionally. It's not really my jam, but like I get into the vibe and I start feeding off of you, or I start getting into a thing and I start, I can feel it. It fucking sends down my spine. It's no good. It's no good. Doesn't feel good. It does not feel good. But there's a lot of stuff I really like. And as I'm rewatching the live streams, as I'm rewatching these critique essays or my edits, there's a few that I'm totally fine with. There's one, I went over this one tech influencer who was talking about how AI worked and just lying. And I don't mind being brutal to that. I have no qualms being like, you're full of shit, fuck off, stop that. She's not working with concepts. She's just making up things and lying. And I have no interest in fighting that. Jordan Peterson is in the same boat. This kind of shit, I think, is clearly different. To me, I don't feel, watching that my negativity is bad. In fact, I feel it's warranted, and it's clearly from a very honest place. As I was watching less the Michael Burns video, I was very, those are pre-written, so it's a bit of a different beast. But as I watched the Philosophy Tube ones, as I watched a handful of my others, not all of them, again, about half, I noticed that there was this like times where I moved away from talking about what is this person trying to do? What are the ideas they're working with? Felix, the guy who keeps making videos about how I'm a huge giant piece of shit. His buddy, and he mentions me going after hard and like going, I don't think I did, but I did make comments about him, but it was about his understanding of things. When there is a kindness in what I'm doing and when I'm coming from a different place, it works differently in here. And I can feel it emotionally. I think you can see it. There's something different for me. We're not doing a Brooks reacting to Brooks stream because it's either, overly self-satisfied, which no one wants to see, or horrifyingly embarrassed. I don't have a lot of middle ground. It's either me going, yeah, good. Yeah, you go for it, which you don't want to see me do to myself. But you also don't want to see me, cringe out my own asshole and die in a pain of like 1,000 suns. It's awful. It's not happening. That's in the OnlyFans. Exactly. Brooks on Brooks action is for the OnlyFans. But there's a different feeling, and that thing is what I want to be aiming for when it comes to, bad philosophy, because my dad had a saying I always loved growing up, and I've used it most of my life. And it's that nothing's a waste. It can always be a bad example. And I think that needs to be the mentality of what we do going forward when it comes to that stuff. Now, this doesn't mean I'm going to stop reacting in general. We're about to react to President Sunday's video on Nietzsche, which I did pre-watch and I've got notes on, because I want to go through this. I'm going to start going through the motions a little bit more of genuine critique, genuine conversation, playing in a place where I'm working with the ideas and not the person. Because the President Sunday video, I'm not going to like shit on him. a little bit, but it's mostly going to be in fun. The thing underneath it is the ideas. Where is he incomplete? Where is he missing something? What can be re-put together? And this is basically what I'm putting together. I'm calling it the Kintsugi Project. That's what I'm internally calling it. I've got my notes on it. I've got it set up. I've got some projects put together. I've got some ideas for how I want to sort of do it. It's going to be a combination maybe of live streams, but it's that, that thing I think is a really positive, interesting way, because I think we ran into it. I was watching one of the Jordan Peterson bits. And a thing that and you fuckers got all excited about it too. There was a couple times where I just went with Peterson, where he was talking about something. I went, okay, let's play with this. And I went through it. And he disappeared. It wasn't about him anymore. It wasn't about how silly he is or awful he is or anything, but instead, here's what he's working with, and let's let's build it up and turn it into real philosophy. So that's the thing. How this will take shape? Mostly by removing the YouTuber. In fact, it's not going to be even talking about, here, they said this. This is why you shouldn't say that. It's going to be striking them almost entirely from it. If you didn't join Kid's stream a few days ago, I joined him. I've been working on getting real-time face change via AI. It's really fun to do. And I think there's some room to do stuff with that where we literally erase these people from their own videos. Because what they've written, if you take it and you put it into a ChatGPT, you say, give me the 5 points, it's very easy and it misses nothing. And then it's not going over individual faux pas or slip ups or grammatical things. It's like, here are the 5 places that they fuck up. And it's like, good, I'll run with these. And then we just break a porcelain vase and Kintsugi back together. That's going to be the idea. How it does it, how we do it, I have no fucking clue. But that's kind of the idea. It's not going to be grading YouTubers, Jan. They're going to be almost irrelevant to it, for the most part. I'm debating whether or not the visuals are going to be like them, but Kintsugi. And they're like white porcelain versions of them, but with, cracks made of gold. I'm trying to figure out the visual style of the whole thing. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to actually do Kintsugi, because I think that could be fun. Where like I actually have cracked ceramics and we write the concepts. We talk about how we glue them together, how they come and how they work together and how we do things. Because underneath it, the only way for you to be empowered by watching my stuff, the only way for you to find what I'm doing useful is that at the end of the day, it's not if you come away feeling good about yourself. I honestly don't care. I don't feel good about myself a lot of time. I don't really give a fuck if you do either. The point is whether or not you come away believing you have a little bit more power over yourself, within yourself, around yourself, or understanding yourself. A little bit, I win. You win. We win. Better things for everybody. Everyone. That's the goal. So, that's kind of where we're aiming. Any thoughts you have would be lovely. Generally, this is the setup. Generally, this is what I'm thinking about. Make them all Humpty Dumpty? That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad, you know what? Ceramic eggs? I mean, that pulls into a very memey thing that I'm sure Jan is just exploding over in cringe. But that's not bad. I have no clout and I must preen. See, you hit exactly kind of a thing I was thinking about. I built you can make fake avatars. It's very easy now. And you can actually get fake voices. And so I was going to have like the evil Brooks, who would have no beard. It's a joke. Who kind of always ends up looking like one of these YouTubers. And like they're the AI version, shitting out ideas to me. Like, again, playing into and talking about it. So that way people who watch, because it's the other half of it, go read the comments on the Philosophy YouTube video or the Michael Burns. It's all these people like, I don't know. I've been watching them for years and I think you were here in bad faith. It's like, yeah, sure I was. But the reason they're doing that is because I look like this. They look like that. They like them. They're emotionally attached to them, not to this. Whatever it is, they don't care. They don't give a fuck about whether or not I'm correct. Like, no, I got no comments who were like, well, actually, when she said this, I noticed this part of Nietzsche she's agreeing with, and this is where you got it wrong. There isn't one comment that did that at all, because it's not how it works. I need to be able to sidestep that. I need to be able to sidestep those conversations, and I need to go right at, hey, here are the broken pieces, and here's how we can work with it. Are you choosing using AI wouldn't alienate future viewers? I'm not saying I'm going to use AI. I've been playing with these things to see if they resonate with me emotionally. They do. Because it's silly dumb in a way that lets the ideas be free of any criticism or instant sort of response. One of the things about media creation, especially when you're talking about like how people deal with a thing or become what we would call immersed. The first step is that you need to overcome any impulse of repulsion, any impulse. And repulsion's a funny thing. We think of it as being grossed out or like negatively, but it's kind of like that, like it's light. It doesn't take a lot. If you can overcome that impulse, or if you can, sort of eliminate it or have curiosity or some other positive affect to take that on, you've got them. This is kind of the way that like seductive design works. It's horrifying, but accurate, as a thing. But like playing with it, it's like, yeah, whether or not, I don't think I'm going to end up doing AI. I'm not at first. I think at first where I'm going to be aiming is like literally doing Kintsugi, having the pieces, gluing them together with other concepts or talking through it, and then having a final piece at the end. And maybe doing it with physical things. I did my soldering streams and they were popular very early. That type of thing, as we're doing it, like literally re-gluing and building it, there's a soothing thing, and it's me taught, like it's a lot of possible things there. Like, that's the thing is like, that's maybe going to be fun. Hello, I clicked. We're talking about the game industry. I love the idea of Kintsugi. Wonder how you can implement that with a broken photograph of a cat. Well, this is where it's like, you can get porcelain plates and cups with anything printed on them in the world. They cost like $7. They're cheap as shit. They're screen printed. They're not like high quality, but they're good enough for this. Or there's like, what is it? And what's the visual? Like, this is the thing I'm now working on, but that's at the end. Yog. I know. Nerd. You're a nerd too, my friend. Welcome. The setup is really interesting to think of that way. And I think there's a lot of room. William Edwards, Kintsugiing actual philosophers that have massive flaws or problematic elements sounds like it goes more in the direction like Nick Land friend threads until they say something interesting. And this is where it's like, you're hitting on what I think is an interesting direction it could go. I think the early stuff is, very simple. It's like, I take the video, I pre-watch Bad Philosophy, and we can take Michael Burns' new video, any of these, like any of them. And I find the 5 things that are like ideas or concepts, and I run with them positively as if they were pieces I have to use now to reconstruct. The challenge is on me. Me showing off and flexing that I've read all these books and that I understand them and all that stuff, which is true, but that's not that great. What's really interesting is actually me putting my money where my mouth is and being forced to use the tools they give me to make their point or not, or what I can do with their tools. That thing, I think there's room there. I think there's room there. It's not, Kintsugi is, again, it's the only way I know to spell it, but again, it's a fucking English phonetic version of, an entirely other language that doesn't have English phonetics. So who knows? Enjoy your epoxy metal tea. There's actually food safe ways to do it. Just so you know, it's a thing. But I think there's room. And yeah, like Onyx said, Elephant Graveyard plays with AI. I think it works. He does it in very specific ways. I'm a big fan. I have an upcoming video on the history of the philosophy of laughter and comedy that I'm just fucking straight up biting his style. I don't even give a fuck. It's I don't care if it's an homage. I just love it so much. I just too inspired. But like, there's ways to use everything, as long as one, you're upfront about it, which is important, and you're not pretending otherwise. But also if it's in service of something. Like I don't think people care what tech you use or whatever you use, as long as it's in service of something that it makes sense for in some capacity. I always use the example of Anomalisa. Have you guys ever seen Anomalisa? If you didn't, you should have. It was a Kickstarter project years and years ago. My favorite filmmaker decided to make a movie, stop motion. I'm a hit and miss with stop motion person, but Anomalisa decided to do the whole thing 3D printed. And it was the first time they were going to do 3D printed stop motion. And what's the point? Well, it's because the story was written in such a way that it actually made sense. The medium and the message were one. If you haven't seen it, you should. It's absolutely brilliant. But it wouldn't work in like traditional sculpting. You need it to be 3D printed because of a certain exactness and replication. So like that thing is like, if you can use it and you can do it in a way that's not abusive, if you can do it in a way that's not, sidestepping or just saving time. If people come away, they don't want that. But I don't think people give a fuck for the most part. People just like, they want to, one, be entertained, but two, they want to feel more empowered. They want to enjoy things, and they want to be able to take positive steps in their own life. And the reality of the world we live in is, if we are going to do drama content, if you're going to sit and do drama content and be negative and negative and negative all the time, you're simply feeding into the counter of the power structure, which is just the negative image produced by the power structure. And if you're doing that, you're just helping them. There's nothing interesting there. You are not helping anybody or building something new. And I'm not going to be that person. So who knows? We'll find out. We'll find out. Well, coincidence honest, I was just perusing Elfin Graveyard, was slightly put off by these Fae. I think you'll be fine with it. I'd be curious. But again, I think there's a lot of room with it. There's one of my favorite bands. They have a stunning music. I do not say this lightly. But oh my God, what's their name? Jesus Christ. One second. It's one of my kids' favorite fucking bands too, and why is it not occurring to me? It's the Adult Swim, Off the Air. It's a 4-letter word band, and it's like all CG psychotic, where it's one of the more psychotic music videos ever. One second. There's no way that I can't just look it up with this. Let me find out. I'm going to find this at some point, I think. We'll find out. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think this one's it. Is this one it? It is. And what is the band's name? This is Igor. If you haven't seen it, we'll switch over to Igor, who is amazing. Like, Igor is one of my favorite, they do trippy fucking music videos. I'm going to get copyright claimed for this, but I don't really give a fuck, because we're just going to watch a music video or two, because I want to talk about the AI and the setup there. Recommend other channels on the level of the QC for political theory and philosophy. No pressure. I think politically, I like Kid Not Kin, and I like Sunday. Sunday's drama content ain't my bag, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. But I think, generally speaking, the philosophy is very solid. I'll be critiquing it in a minute. You can see if you like it or not. Both of them are good. But beyond that, you're talking about starting to hit into news stuff. There is not a lot of, you're free to tell me. I don't see a lot of really good philosophy, politics commentary. It's very coded, and it's a coded area up front. Like as a thing where like, here's where I belong. Here is where you belong. Do you match me? And it's like that thing. Brooks, keep doing it. I haven't, when you get older, you get hair, and I have not shaved my nose in a little bit. Zizek is a hairy nose motherfucker too. It happens. Sorry. Beyond that, it's like a Majority Report is probably the best political. Like, I think they're wonderful. They really do their stuff. Sam Seder is, whether or not you agree with them or disagree with them, which I don't think you did. I can't imagine disagreeing with them on a lot. He's been doing it long enough, and I think he has worked up to a point where he's very aware of things and knows how politics works in a very practical way that I think is very positive. JH, it's very kind of you. Senators, Slurp, Anakin, J-Star, and Altfax. Thank you, JH, for bringing others to the collective. Zizek also did a bunch of coke. I didn't do a bunch of coke. It's not a thing for me, not enjoyable. It's not. All right, let's get to some YouTube. Shit. What was that tip for? I don't know what happened. That's okay. If you haven't seen this shit, oh, that's the wrong one, isn't it? The fuck? No, you just stop there. And boop, 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 boop. There it is. Igor Rules. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to get copyright struck afterward. I don't care. This is my kids. My kids have like 4 favorite music videos. The Adult Swim had all of them on off the air. This is one of my daughter's and my son's favorites. Igor's amazing. Igor's awesome. I like, if you haven't listened to music, their music's incredible. They're fire. They're fire. But Igor, a lot of people seen this. It went super viral. But Igor did an AI music video. And I'm curious. I want your guys' opinion. I think it works. I think it works. Igor has always been hyper experimental on the edge of a bunch of stuff, but it's clearly not just AI. Just to be upfront, they used AI to make everything, but then they re-edited it, and I'm curious your thoughts. They're insane, but I love Igor. This is less than less. Yeah, but again, the use of AI is itself not necessarily like the worst thing. Headbutt's amazing.
À la fin d'Headbutt, il y a une note.
D'accord.
Et donc il faut
fucking, they're amazing.
Ok. Non, mais ça va le faire. Hein.
So good. If you haven't enjoyed them, you should just fucking get into Igor. They're amazing. I think I can't identify that it's AI. Well, it's, again, the reason mostly that we can identify AI is because people who have no creativity are the ones using it. Like, not to be like a dick about it straight up, but if you have no creativity and you're not using it interestingly or sparingly, or it's not part of some larger project, you're just doing the AI thing and thinking it's good. Hey, Sora 2, can you make Pikachu fight Rick from Rick and Morty? Oh my God, guys, look at this cartoon I made. Like that, like it's shit and it doesn't work. But if you do that thing where you actually take time and you actually work with the thing and it's just a tool, I've seen some decent stuff out there that doesn't upset me as a thing. Next best thing to Mr. Bungle. You know what? That makes more sense to me than I want to admit. As a comment, that makes more sense to me than I want to admit. Makes more sense to me than I want to admit. How do you guys feel about chatting through something else? What do you think? Think it might be worthwhile? I think it might be worthwhile as a thing. Nope, not that one. That's not the right one. Is this the right one? Badoop. There you are. Look at chat showing up. How awesome are you guys? How sexy and wonderful. Where is my... I don't understand my... 1 second. Oh, God. So frustrated. Why are my vocal subtitles? There they are. Let's get them up a little bit bigger. I'll just make them on top of everything. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. See if that works. Now, see, there we go. Now it's you there, and we go up, 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 up. Come on. Boop, boop, boop. Now they're on top of everything. Because who cares? Hey, President Sunday guy reminds me of Humpty Dumpty. Sunday and I gotta tell you, I've enjoyed getting to know Sunday and becoming friends. Hate to tell you. I know. I like people who are trying. And there's not a lot of people who are trying, who really actually want to deal with things and make their way through stuff and actually do that. Kid does that. I do that. Sunday does that. There's others around as well that really want to get into these things. And it's my favorite thing is anyone who's like able to do that. I don't give a shit about anything else. So hate to tell you that. I know it's terrible, but Dottie girl, what's wrong, sweetheart? You can see the little pathetic tail. Look at that sad, pathetic tail you got. What is this pathetic tail? Do you see that? Like, it's just, what are you doing? You want to go out? I'm not letting you out. I think they're in the next room. Let Dottie out. I know, Dottie. Is it the worst day you've ever had? Is it the worst day? You having a tough time? I don't know if you can see her. Come here. Come here. No? Oh, you really are going to do this. One moment, everyone. All right, come on. Let's go. Come. Get my hat on. All right. So, one of the things I like when it comes to conversations about philosophy, videos on philosophy, any of those things, I enjoy when people are wrong. I do. And it's especially when people are wrong in very interesting ways, because we're talking about the most complex stuff. I feel like all you philosophy people put way more importance on word associations than I do. Yes, because philosophy, mathematicians, you care a lot about the order of what number goes after what number, way more than I care about that. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. When people are wrong in interesting ways, and Sunday here with his Nietzsche videos, both of them, but we're going to only do one of them, is wrong in a really interesting way. And it's a thing that I have a feeling, I haven't talked to him at all about this. I'm like, by the way, I'm doing this. And he's like, because he knows I'm a horrifying pain in the ass. There's overarching ideas that are being lost in the conversation. So what we're going to do, I got my notes up. We're going to be making our way bit by bit through Sunday's video on Nietzsche Explained, The Will to Truth. We're not going to do The Will to Power, which was his first video. He kind of covers that in the first minute and gives me a chance to sort of talk about that and sort of beat it up a little bit. It ain't a bromance. If you haven't seen Sunday and I deal with each other on like the fold, it's not a bromance at all. Who do I have a bromance with? I have a couple really, really close friends who I love a great deal. Won't name their names, but yeah, it exists. Male love that's not sexual is a thing. Caring about people is a thing, and having close friends is a thing. But with Sunday, it ain't that. Sunday and I really enjoy sort of taking the piss out of each other, but at the same time, we really actually care about the stuff, and that's what makes it fun. So we're going to make our way through this, and we're going to talk about Nietzsche. It's a 16-minute video. This is like the really interesting thing that people get wrong about Nietzsche for me. And that's what I'm going to stay up front as a thing. No, Reiko, that is close to putting an image in my mind that is bannable. As a thing. Holy shit. Oof. But Nietzsche and friends, as we talk about him, a lot of people get this wrong with Nietzsche. Now I'm going to say up front, this is my reading of Nietzsche. I don't think I'm deeply alone in this as a thing at all. Like, I don't think that's a thing at all. But I do believe here it's important to make sure that there's a handful of distinctions. So up front, I will say I am unable at this point to do anything but read Nietzsche through not only Deleuze, who completely upended my understanding of Nietzsche in every single way, but now Klossowski, who has upended not only my understanding of Deleuze, but also my understanding of Nietzsche in a really extraordinary way. So as I go, don't hesitate being like, hey, I got a question here. I don't know about that. Feel free. I have no issues with that. We'll have that conversation. Who says, I thought you had aphantasia? I don't have aphantasia. I never said I have a different way of it. Images in my brain work differently, but I don't have an inner monologue. That's the specific thing. I guess no one wants to see the new Trump shit post from last night. We're not going to do Trump today. Our government is falling apart, and it's basically the beginning of the end for a lot of things, and I'm not in the mood to be that depressed. So instead, we're going to do Nietzsche.
In the last section, we discussed how Nietzsche's concept of the will to power was actually an extremely self-consciously anthropomorphic way of conceptualizing the forces and drives that make up everything in our world.
Like I said, he's going to open with a thing that lets us sort of talk about the last video and what also is in this video that I think is it's a misstatement, but it's a misstatement that's not wrong because it's the kind of stuff that you can easily just take from Nietzsche. One of the challenges with sort of how this sort of operates for Nietzsche, when we talk about this being sort of a self-conscious anthropomorphization, Nietzsche talks about it this way, that there is, and he's aware of a human projection in this, that there is, that's a thing he mentions. And Sunday will, and does, talk about sort of the paradox of denying the will, yet talking about will to power or will to truth and these other things. Fundamentally, though, what we want to have a conversation about is how Nietzsche is doing this, because Nietzsche is not really talking about a self-conscious anthropomorphization here. Nietzsche's stepping away entirely from the metaphysics of his time and also metaphysics. I should just say he's stepping away from metaphysics. August, feel free at any point, by the way, to tell me if you disagree with my read of this. Because the thing that's interesting, and the framing of this from the opening, and it's throughout this, makes it seem like Nietzsche is being honest about human limitations, and that he's operating within those limitations and aware of them. But will to power and the will in general, as these things sort of come about, is not a concept that is actually imposed on forces by man or a man, right? Instead, it's an attempt to think of forces as they operate prior to subject-object distinctions. So that setup, opening, is itself, it's the misreading that a lot of people have. Because what Nietzsche is doing is he's saying, and again, I only have Klossowski to sort of talk about through this, apologies. The will to power is a term that expresses force itself. Klossowski's line. It is not how humans represent pre-existing forces, but instead it is the immanent character of those forces, of those impulses as such. Nietzsche's not anthropomorphizing well knowing better. He's not making metaphors or playing with these things in that way. He's actually showing that the distinction between things as they really are and things as they're represented already presupposes the metaphysical framework of anthropomorphization. And he's dismantling that at a basic system. So it's an upfront thing that's really, really important to get when we're talking about Nietzsche. Nietzsche is not anthropomorphizing. He's using the human to take apart the created apparatus that is the human anthropomorphization of power and the will to it. Does that make sense? Hope that makes sense.
I say extremely self-conscious because Nietzsche is aware that any attempt at conceptualizing anything is, in fact, to anthropomorphize it. That is why Nietzsche is able to simultaneously deny the existence of the will on the one hand and refer to seemingly unconscious forces as will to power on the other.
TK, if you're going to have a challenge yourself to critique without being personally insulting, wouldn't it be more meaningful to critique someone who isn't your friend? It's easy mode to be charitable. No, this is not a thing where I have to take apart the pieces. This is not something that's bad philosophy. There's a distinction there. I'm not going to stop reacting to philosophy, TK. I've done Todd McGowan videos. I adore Todd McGowan. I end up mostly making commentary on where we disagree because he lands in a very different place on a few things. But like, that's not being charitable. Being charitable isn't the goal. It's sidestepping all of it. That's why the kintsugi thing, the talking about these things as pieces is important. Sunday's not broken pieces. That's not it. That's not even what my critique here is. I'm actually critiquing his conception of this at a like grand scale that I think is very different. It's not, oh, he's wrong here, he's wrong here, he's wrong here. That's not the setup for this. Very different. Very different.
This isn't so much a contradiction in Nietzsche's thought, so much as it is Nietzsche working within the limits of human cognition as honestly as possible. If humans can only think by personifying parts of the world as if they were bearers of little wills, then Nietzsche, being human, must think that way too. The will to power is just a way to articulate this without allowing the conditions of human thought to trick us into thinking that they are anything more than human. As we also saw in the last section, continuous with what I just said,
generally speaking, and that last little bit is almost straight out of Klossowski. That's, again, the misunderstanding or the misstatement, and the place I disagree, is that it's not that Nietzsche's working within the system. Nietzsche's using the system to actually break the system and sidestep it entirely. Like, that's the thing. He's doing away with metaphysics. Like, that's like underneath all of it. Nietzsche doesn't really have a metaphysics, and he's kind of destroying it as an aspect of what he's doing. That's why a lot of like the guys who follow on from him and use him is kind of a setup. So the willpower is like the style or way of an object determining the force of transition from object. See, that's the problem. That this is, when we start talking about it and we start from the position of anthropomorphizing and we start saying, oh, this is the will to power of a person, you've already created the object-subject distinction. You've set this thing up. The impulses for Nietzsche are all the forces that make you up, literally, that at the base level start up and are going. And it's anything that touches into or impinges or creates things sensationally or affectively that interact, that sort of generate this forward movement that is the will to power. That thing, the will to overcome, that sort of push, is not your will to power. It's enforced and exhibiting itself through you. It is extensive, coextensive with you, and you are the expression of it. This is Nietzsche's thing. So it's, again, why he's not anthropomorphizing it. That's why it's a big deal to sort of be very specific about that, right?
Nietzsche recognized that what we call knowing is really a process of falsification. Our brain is always interpreting the world in ways that help us to live and to grow as organisms, but that is no reason to think that by identifying objects in the world and recording their properties, we have gained access to reality or truth. Survival demands that our senses keep us alive, not informed.
Do I have opinions on Neo-Confucianism? I am not a fan of Neo-Confucianism.
Indeed, perhaps ignorance and illusion confer survival advantages over more accurate states of perceiving. For Nietzsche, the universe is only differentiated into discrete objects for living organisms for whom perceiving the world in that way confers survival value. Our conscious intellects and our memories, in this sense, are organs as much as our...
And this is another one of those
can only
things.
think by persona.
When we're talking about, again, when it starts from the position of the human, when it starts from the position of the organism, when it is about a metaphysical claim almost, rather than dealing with it ontologically, the idea that we are unable to access nature, that nature is outside of it, that reality itself is inaccessible. And that's, Nietzsche talks about it. Nietzsche argues, and Sunday brings it up. Nietzsche argues ultimately that like knowledge is a thing that is built. We understand it. We talk about it in terms of its truth capabilities, but knowledge was never about truth. Knowledge, as an aspect of the human animal, is a thing that we developed more for survival. Survival is the thing that sort of is coextensive with it. It's something that serves survival, not truth. And so as such, we need to sort of realize that perception as it exists, knowledge as it exists, builds the world according to the needs of that organism. But falsification is not really a distortion of reality, and a reality that is inaccessible. You can read it this way. Again, I'm not saying, but this is where I for sure land in a different place. All knowledge is servile. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Knowledge is not a thing. That's a longer discussion, but to say there is like the accessibility of reality itself or knowing the truth is kind of, again, missing the point of how Nietzsche's sidestepping the act. The setup that's happening is we are seeing knowledge produced or reality produced through this interaction. It isn't that we have reality inaccessible, which would make it a thing that is in some way accessible in some potentiality. Instead, that's not reality. That's kind of his point. Nietzsche is that there is no reality. Reality doesn't exist behind stuff. We're producing it. To quote Klosowski, simulation, which is the world as we see it. Simulation is the attribute of being itself. It also becomes the very principle of knowledge. This is not saying we can't reach reality. This is saying that reality itself is constituted through the forces. Falsification is not a regrettable accident of the perceptive capacities of things. It is the creative character of existence. We exist and we create reality through how we perceive it and through our knowledge. That's how I would probably say it.
Personifying parts of the world as if they were bearers of little wills, then Nietzsche, being human, must think that way too. The will to power is just a way to articulate this without allowing the conditions of human thought to trick us into thinking that they are anything more than human. As we also saw in the last section, continuous with what I just...
And it's one of those things, and again, it's because there are thinkers who think this way, but it's one of the things when we start talking about like how Deleuze or Klosowski see simulacra. And simulacra, when we talk about it, has a very negative connotation commonly today. We tend to talk about it as the soulless copy because, hey, fucking Plato and idealism. But instead, if we talk about the soulless copy, the copy of a copy of a copy, there's magic there. There's creative capacity there. If for Deleuze and for Klosowski, there is, again, an understanding that the abstract is something we have the ability to sort of fuck with, and we create and we constitute in our very existence. That's the sort of big deal that's happening. August says, yeah, definitely quite a bit of Hume in this with logic being produced. Yeah, it's a really fascinating setup. And so for Nietzsche, it's this processual thing where there is no reality. Instead, the forces of everything are coming together and we are the product of all of it. There isn't this is, again, Lacan, for example, has the real, and we talk about the real as being this thing we can't access except through the symbolic and imaginary, through this triadic sort of encounter. What's tough is when we start talking about it in other ways. Nietzsche, I think, did this, for sure, Klosowski, Deleuze, Guattari, a whole bunch of others, Instead of reality being back there, and we sort of are producing an imaginary version of it that's like broken. Oh, I'm able to see things and blah, blah. Instead, it's all the forces are coming together. They have no gregarious existence that's meaningful. And when they come together in me as a singular point or as a sort of coalescing moment, they produce me. And in the production of me, my perceptions of the world are also created, which means reality is constituted in the very act of being. And it's genuinely one of the harder sort of concepts as a thing. Like it's one of those things, he states it outright in Twilight. Outright is a tough one. And again, I am sympathetic to this because this is one of those things that in my journey, I very much, because I came from Lacan, Zizek and all of that stuff, the real and understanding things that we are producing in our mind, a version that is different from the world that my body inhabits, which is kind of an ideality of things. But they're sidestepping this entirely. Deleuze does, Nietzsche does, Klosowski does. They're saying, no, it's actually that there never was a reality, that we're producing it as we go, which includes that we're producing the idea that there is a reality behind everything. So it gets a weird meta sort of commentary going, but it's kind of a really cool fucking thing. But we'll continue with this because I want to get back to the nature recognized what we call knowing.
Said, Nietzsche recognized that what we call knowing is really a process of falsification. Our brain is always interpreting the world in ways that help us to live and to grow as organisms, but that is no reason to think that by identifying objects in the world and recording their properties, we have gained access to reality or truth. Survival demands that our senses keep us alive, not informed. Indeed, perhaps ignorance and illusion confer survival advantages over more accurate states of perceiving.
And that's when you start getting into that, it's more accurate states of perceiving. Because Nietzsche kind of uses this language. A lot of people who talk about Nietzsche do. Accurate states of perceiving is that the jam? Or is it more that consciousness as it's being constituted is the battlefield through which all of our impulses and drives are sort of fighting over each other, and that they each end up with a perspective of their own if they win, and that our consciousness comes from this, Klosowski calls it the combat of impulses, and that this isn't a way for us to bring together mind and body or the real and the imaginary, but instead a dissolution entirely of it. There's no mind-body distinction as a thing. What you are aware of as your body comes out of the same perceptive forces that are battling. It's an incredibly cohesive argument that works really, really well.
For Nietzsche,
I'll tell you about free will in a second. It's an easy conversation.
The universe is only differentiated into discrete objects for living organisms for whom perceiving the world in that way confers survival value. Our conscious intellects and our memories in this sense.
Yeah, so it's an accurate perception as opposed to, well, this is the thing. One of the big deals for Nietzsche is this question. And it's a thing that I think Klosowski does an excellent job with, and Deleuze and Guattari give room for. And then I'd argue there's a handful of people who've really taken it up recently. Because it is, what then is grounding, right? What's grounding you? If there is no, let's say the general normative position of the real is this, the physical being of things I can't directly deal with because I have a perceptive version of it that my imagination and the symbolic order that I exist in deal with reality to produce my understanding of it, my understanding of meaning. But what grounds me is that I'm produced out of that physical materialist thing. That's a grounding of sorts. And that the rest comes from that through these natural or sort of necessitating processes. These are processes that it's necessary, that other things become necessary for. That question is a big one. What grounds you then? My answer would be nothing. And that's the beauty of it. Other people find that very unsatisfying, which is fair.
Our organs as much as our stomachs, hearts, kidneys, and so on are. This raises a disturbing question. If everything reduces to forces and drives operating at the same flat level, if intellect itself is an illusion, then what is thinking exactly? What are we doing when our organs perceive the world as an immense collection of objects? At a higher level, what are we doing when we try to study and understand the world through our perception of these objects? Nietzsche calls the drive that philosophers and scientists have toward interrogating and understanding nature the will to truth. This phrase, will to truth, is said in a mocking tone. Philosophers and scientists may claim to be motivated by a desire to obtain truth and knowledge beyond mere human foibles, but this is an illusion. We prefer this thing we call truth over its opposite for specific reasons. We've already seen how, for Nietzsche, the world itself beyond its representation to our intellect is unreachable to us.
And this is, you'll see this, and it's why I want to talk about this, because this is one of those things that, from my reading of Nietzsche, is very, again, I'm sympathetic to, because I was there, but is very pushed against, very much where I'm at with these things. For example, scientists have a truth that they're aiming to. They have a neutrality to it that they claim. And this drive that Nietzsche's talking about, the will to truth, it's very different than the will to power. It's meant to be very sarcastic. But it's also talked about in terms of its own drive, its own specific existence, because of how falsification works inside of a truth-seeking drive. Right? Because this is a gay science stuff, where he's talking about, like, in what way too we are still pious. And the way that he goes about it in talking through, I keep referring to my notes. It's important because I want to make sure I get this right. Truth itself is actually not corrupted necessarily by power, but is a configuration of power among others. It's a configuration of impulses amongst others. Again, coming together, that creation of all of these forces, and there's drives and attractions and all kinds of things, but the drive to neutrality is itself is a drive-driven power amongst all of the others. And so because of this, it's not that science falls short of neutrality. Neutrality is itself drive-driven, and through this serves particular forms of organization. Klosowski talks about this in his book, Vicious Circle. Our readings are usually every Thursday. They'll be back next week. Science seeks to establish a persistent relation. As Deleuze talks about this, the nature of science is that it's basically building out referential tables that are able to be sort of compared and used as abstract ways for us to find finite moments and finite measurements that we can then, push against other things. That's kind of the setup of what science does, but it's a specific creation and creative process. And what is force in this context? The forces are, it's tough to talk about sort of plainly, because often we are talked about and we speak of ourselves as being a motor of our own, that there's a Brooksness inside of me, or that Brooks as a soul or as a brain or as a personality is inside of me, and he's doing things unconsciously, non-consciously, whatever. Unsatisfying to me, always has been. Instead, I exist, and I've always existed, as a confluence of forces. Forces that are the muscles in my body, the skin, the temperature, the way that shit works, the way piss works, the way blood works, the way sight works, light works, sensitivity of various parts of my body, whatever it may be. The reason I'm itching my nose is because the forces, the nerve impulses and the sensations that have over my entire life built up in certain particular ways coextensively with the environment I'm in, continue to sort of spread at a singular point and repeat the same general patterns almost habitually. And so I become the embodiment of a lot of these patterns, but it doesn't mean I exist, not meaningfully, not in a real way. Instead, those forces are coming together, battling, and out the other side, every moment a force wins or edges or does this. That thing that's happening, that's the creation of you. You are nothing but the endpoint of those forces. And what you do in the world is nothing more than that endpoint of the world. There's nothing beyond that. It falls back on itself at some point, but there's nothing beyond that. So free will isn't real. It's not a conversation. We'll get to that. Don't worry, Carter. I promise I'll get to it. The Pious Retort. I believe it's the Pious Retort. I believe that's where it is.
Will to power can't get behind itself to judge itself without will to power. The will to truth for Nietzsche is necessarily an emergent complex arising from the will to power. Despite the pretense of philosophers and scientists to getting at ultimate reality itself, this thing we anoint with the label truth corresponds less to what ultimately is than to what promotes the growth and increase of our organism, and any larger society of which we are a part in the same way, be that of individual humans, of families, of tribes, of nations, or of states. What counts as knowledge or science for these types of organizations, and what is life but a type of organization of matter, is conditioned on what is of interest to the flourishing of these collective forms. This is actually one of the ways in which Nietzsche's thought is extremely germane to various kinds of anarchist approaches to science, such as, for instance, in James C. Scott's book, Seeing Like a State, which is all about the way the modern state form privileges particular narrow forms of knowledge over others, with frequently disastrous social and environmental consequences, arising precisely because what counts as knowledge for the state is that which is of interest to its particular form of organization as against the human or the ecological. Now, when you stop and think about it, there's something rather obvious about all this, isn't there? We all recognize that we experience the world indirectly through sensitive organs that transmit signals to be translated.
And this is, again, the same thing. It is not that we experience the world through that. It's that the forces of the world come together through us. And again, it's through sensational creation. This is one of the reasons that I tend to go by I much prefer Klosowski or Deleuze's and Guattari's take on the way they talk about it with partial objects, because it adds and Nietzsche does not do this, to be clear. I don't see this in Nietzsche. Klosowski does a little bit, but I'm not sure I fully buy it. I think he's putting a lot in Nietzsche for that to happen. But Nietzsche is not talking about, he does not talk about it from the position of like, your eye sees and what you see comes back. If he's talking about it that way, he's speaking about it in a way to critique. For Deleuze and for Guattari, it's instead partial objects. The minutia of all the parts of parts, things that are so specifically a part of a thing that you can't even consider it a part of the thing. It's not the tip of your finger. Tip of your finger is not a partial object. That's an object. Partial object would be all the parts that make up the tip of your finger until you go to the edge of your finger. Well, then this nerve, then it's an object. It's no longer a partial object. There's a reality to how this comes about and how these things come to be. That setup is the eye is not a partial object. The eye is made of many of them and has many of them as a thing. But all of the light bouncing off the world and back and forth, there isn't a privileged connection between the object and the eye. It's not that the eye is looking. The eye and the object come together in a desiring machine. They come together in an interaction through which there is a satisfaction and an additive, an affective response in some capacity. And that is what becomes the subject. But it's not your eye looking outward. This is at the base of it. This is pre-you, pre-subject, all of that stuff. Really important to keep remembering that when we talk about Nietzsche. He's not talking about your eye seeing a stop sign. He's talking about the stop sign and an eye and the force that's created as the brutal reds hit and maybe hurt the eye, or the way that the reflection works in a specific way out the corner of your eye. And then also the nerves and everything else that you in the car are experiencing, all the parts of you and partial objects connected to everything coming together, causing you to look this way, look that way, drive this way, drive that way. Those forces come together. And partial objects, the reason I really like the term is because it's intended to be a double meaning. It is the parts of an object, the partial objects, but it's also objects that are partial to being things. The same way you might say, I'm I'm partial to pizza. They're partial to an I. They're partial to being that thing. There is an affinity. There is something there that is a little bit more. It's a really great double play on words, honestly. It's a great one.
Translated in our brains into intelligible representations to be used by our intellects. Why do we treat this thing called truth as though it were something sacred, something obviously superior to untruth, when we are all quite aware that it itself necessarily involves untruth at some essential level? Again, it all comes down to drives, to the will to power. Some wills to power can be repelled by other stronger wills to power. When this happens, that force needs to go somewhere. When that will to power is one of a contained multiplicity of drives, say for instance if it exists within the complex of a human body, then either that...
John Casey says, so the partial objects aren't so much found at a particular scale of analysis, but always at a scale lower than... They're always at a scale lower than what you're conceiving of. This is true of Nietzsche's forces as well. And it's a really particular thing, because if you're cognizing a thing, you've made it an object. You've made it a totality. And there is no totality that is a force or represented by a force or a part of a force. It's not how this works. They're smaller and smaller. You can, again, it becomes regressive, almost infinitely so.
Force will be vented in a way that endangers the body in the world, for example, through someone lashing out at an oppressor which caused them harm but who is too strong to resist, or it will be repressed internally. If it is repressed, that drive builds tension, and building tension it looks for alternative channels through which to vent itself. When the frustration is of a social nature, as for instance in the case of a powerful social class...
I haven't considered partiality of objects take. Unidentified objects that desire to be a symbol. They don't... So desire is pre-personal. So they don't desire. Desire is the sexual energy of connection that things have. Things come together and then they repeat that. That is desire. It's the sexual desire. It's not personal. It's not, the eye wants to be an eye, or the part of an eye wants to be an eye. It's a partial object, the way that as a baby's growing and a fetus is growing, that the parts of the DNA are partial to. They don't have to become that. The wrong shit, the wrong time, the wrong environment, they don't become that. They become something else, or they don't become at all. They're partial to. So think of it that way. That's the stuff. So force by nature of our methods of apprehending things cannot be isolated or grasped. Not directly, certainly not representationally. It doesn't sound stupid at all. I don't think that's a wild way to put it. I'd say Planck distance disagree. Planck distance, until there's a smaller distance.
Exploiting and oppressing a weaker social class. This repression and rechanneling of drives is what Nietzsche calls
representationally. Yes, how we talk and think about things. Like how I'm using words.
Ressentiment. In the genealogy of morality, Nietzsche identifies ressentiment as the origin of the judgments good and evil. Quote, the slave revolt in morality begins when ressentiment itself becomes creative and gives birth to values. The ressentiment of those beings who are denied genuine reaction, that of the deed, who make up for it only through imaginary revenge. Whereas all noble morality...
So like a magnet, if you hold them a certain way, they'll snap together. No, but yes. Have you ever had someone map the force of a magnet for you? You can do it with iron filings, right? So let's say you have a magnet, you put iron filings, you can actually see the arc of a magnet. It's really, really incredible. But there is no arc of a magnet. Like, it doesn't have that. It's a force that's somehow actually enacting power into things, but it's not moving, but it is moving. It's freaking weird, but it isn't an arc. It's not how it works. But because we use metal shavings that are a certain size and a certain shape in a certain way, they tend to attach to each other in a certain way and tend to do this thing. They are partial to being that thing. So we mistake the magnetic arc that we see for the actual magnetic field. which it's not. Is Sunday right or wrong? Sunday is yes. The magnets, how they work thing from ICP is one of my favorite. I'll never forget when it went viral. If you guys didn't know, I was once upon a time a juggalo. Like enough that I have tattoos, Jack Jekyll on my back. I got my Hatchet Man. If you haven't seen it, Hatchet Man right here. So the line comes out from Insane Clown Posse. Fucking magnets, how do they work? And everyone laughs. And everyone makes fun of them. And it was all over the internet. And my favorite thing was asking, so how do they work? And then they couldn't explain it. And like, that shit's funny to me. That's like one of my favorite things. Like the arrogance of assholes on the internet to laugh at ICP for saying that kind of magnets are amazing and like kind of beautiful. And we don't know how they work. And that's the magic of life, is that there's some weird thing. And everyone's like, no, it's not. You're stupid. Blah, blah. And it's like, yep, good job. Here's Jake Jekyll. My favorite of the album is tattooed on him. On my back with multiple fireballs of the names of my friends who died at Columbine on my back coming from him. It was my fourth tattoo. Carnival of Carnage here, Hatchet Man here, that glows in the dark. It's a real thing. And it's a trip, man. People are a trip. People are a fucking trip.
Grows out of a triumphant yes saying to oneself. Slave morality from the start says no to an outside, to a different, to a non-self. And this no is its creative deed. This reversal of the value-positing gaze. This necessary direction to the outside instead of back onto oneself.
Glow-in-the-dark tattoo is interesting. I don't recommend it. I'm pretty sure the ink is now illegal because, it's excessively UV reactive, which means it's extremely cancer-causing. So, it's not great.
Belongs to the very essence of ressentiment.
It is because they use the word miracle, for sure, but it's also because people are reflexive and weird. And yes, there's a Feynman clip where he says the same thing about how magical it is that things work in the way they do. And yeah, people just, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's actually what Sunday's talking about here. It's kind of awesome.
In order to arise, slave morality always first needs an opposing and external world. Physiologically speaking, it needs external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is reaction from the ground up. Unquote. Nietzsche argues that when a weaker class of people was oppressed by a conquering class of people in history and was unable to retaliate on the plane of physical violence, the weaker class nonetheless needed a way to vent their reaction without being destroyed by the stronger class, and so in the process created an imaginary plane of morality, a plane on which actions can be rated good or bad without reference to whether they serve someone's interests or not, so that even a conqueror can be shamed despite winning in the most blunt terms by their acts being contrary to justice, which since before Plato has referred to a correct way of acting and ordering that preserves the location of everything and everything.
So this is an interesting phrasing, and I want to go over it a little bit, because it's ressentiment is fascinating. I have a video on it. Go check it out. And Sunday gets the wording right and then says it wrong, and I want to square that circle, because
morality, a plane on which actions can be rated good or bad without reference to whether they serve someone's interests or not, so that even a conqueror can be shamed despite winning in the most blunt terms by their acts being contrary to justice.
The important thing here, though, is again to talk about it, the phrasing as Sunday's using it here. And I'm curious if maybe I'm being too overcritical. Please let me know. But because it's a fine point. It's a fine point. Ressentiment isn't just a psychological response to a real world. It is a constituting of a world in which good and evil exist. Like slave morality as a thing requires that world to be generated. It doesn't just reinterpret existing values. It invents the category of good and evil itself as transcendent justice, which is what he's talking about here. But again, it's not of a world, it's a new world. Right? The Klosowski quote I have for this is, the slave revolt in morality is itself the reconfiguration of the realm of morals as a new plane on which the drives can struggle. This is not a, here's a plane, there's reality over here, I've created this plane. No, it's the creation of that reality, that plane that allows this. It's not psychological vindictiveness. It is, as odd as it sounds, and this is why Nietzsche's not really against slavery, and that's one of the things that makes it tough, because he's not against slave morality. To him, there's a really kind of amazing thing that happened with this type of repression, because by having the will to power generate a world that was different from that of the masters, you actually had a creative act that shifted what power was and brought different types of power into existence whole cloth. The power to judge, the power to make others feel guilty, the power to create conscience itself as a thing, that stuff is creative and kind of amazing that it was created this way. This is not him saying it's bad. It's really tough. It's a really tough one. You think that's what Sunday's saying, but the wording isn't, it's tough wording. And again, I think Sunday's got a different audience than me. I've got a bunch of weirdos who actually, I've got two of you run goddamn fucking Nietzsche reading groups on the QC. So I know it's a little bit weirder group, but, so only slaves believe slavery or murder is evil. No, it's not that determinate. That's not the idea as a thing. Once upon a time, there were people who just lived in tribes and nothing really mattered. This is more Nietzsche's version than anyone else's. I'm oversimplifying a great deal. And they're kind of semi-egalitarian. At some point, though, there kind of became a large enough society that they began to have a caste system. They had these people who basically were in charge and they could do kind of anything. But then we had effectively slaves, not chattel slaves, but like slaves as in the way that the Greeks handled slaves. It's a different type of slavery. It's a social relation. But those guys and girls also who sort of existed as slaves there, because they weren't able to exert their will freely. The master is able to. The will to power is able to express itself through the master class. Easy. That's it. Done. Slaves, though, they don't have freedom. So how do you exist in a world where you have this trying to get out? Well, for Nietzsche, then there's a lot of different ways people have explained this. One way of explaining is that people invent worlds and they disappear inside of it, like Pan's Labyrinth, where how you see things and what's really happening this is your coping mechanism. Nietzsche doesn't really buy that. For him, what slaves did is actually not do something psychologically, but that because of their social configuration and what they were capable of as subjects, what they were allowed to do and how power could be exerted, power found a way to be exerted. And what it did is it exerted itself outwardly in a way that came back on itself and actually created resentment. But that process created a world, a social system and an understanding of the world in which there's bad and evil and good and all of that. There's judgment. There's no judgment. If everyone's free to just do whatever they're doing, there's not judgment in the same way. But when people have different allowances of it and some people aren't free, judgment becomes a thing they make. So they actually create the world. And the world they create is one that is good and evil. This is why the master class has no idea what good and evil are. They don't care. Why would they give a fuck? The will to power just manifests perfectly through them, fine, until it doesn't. Because at some point, they then have to deal with the slave class. And the slave class who's created this judgment system, suddenly it goes everywhere. Suddenly it spreads. The world they constitute actually takes over. Christianity, as awful as it's been, actually was constituted through this type of relation, this slave to master relation. And that took over. They actually invented a way of seeing the world. Like the forces built a world that could work. The judgment of God. Yes, it's literally to have done with the judgment of gods. And so, maybe social system is a better world? No, because it's not something that exists just for them. That's not how this works. The forces only have the world. That's the setup. So it's a different setup. And we'll get to that because he goes over a little bit more than that. But the forces, you are effectively the expression of the forces. So if right now you're feeling hesitant to agree with me, or you're going down Rasputin, look at motherfucker, consequences never be the same. Oh no. I hope he doesn't dox me and tell everyone my name. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. I will go buy 6 pennies with that.
Which, since before Plato, has referred to a correct way of acting and ordering that preserves the location of everything and everyone in their rightful place, and they have a rightful place, given this conception of morality. This conveniently, by the way, also precludes displacing the kinds of people who invented this moral scheme, and preventing them from being oppressed by the kinds of people who have the ability to oppress them. The slave revolt in morality, as Nietzsche calls it, isn't merely a slave revolt in some previously existing order of things that already had a realm of morals in which actions were rated good or bad. Morals or ethics didn't mean this originally. When Aristotle or Cicero, for example, wrote about ethics or morals, they used these terms to refer simply to what happened to be customary to a given people or place. And then the different characteristics that conduced to the success of whatever collectivity was being discussed were called excellences or virtues, and those which conduced to their failure were called vices.
And again, this is accurate. None of this is incorrect. The specific distinction between virtue ethics of Cicero and Aristotle, as he writes in here, versus modern morality. That's right. Pre-Christian ethics was completely different as a thing. It was about excellence as a person, for your social role and other stuff. But this is not a mere social change for Nietzsche or Klossowski or Deleuze. This is not just, hey, people understand things differently, or someone convinced someone of a thing. Well, it's very good. You ready, August? Because there's a nuance here. Nietzsche's point is that slave morality doesn't just rename existing categories. It creates the possibility of moral judgment itself. Judgment separated from questions of power, flourishing, the stuff that he talked about in virtue, is separate. That before resentment, there was no morality as we would understand it, like not in any capacity. Morality as a thing didn't get there. There was strength and weakness. In, again, the Aristotle and Cicero, this is how they talked about it, health and sickness, blah, blah, blah. But resentment brought the idea, the specific way of talking about actions as being intrinsically right or wrong. It's not an evolution of it or a change. It is an entirely different, novel way of seeing the world created through this. This is the important deal. This is a completely new simulacra. Thank you for the $2. I can get another penny. He said exactly that. I didn't get that. Sunday, is this exactly what you said? You're here. And I'm going to pen your nonsense. I don't even know what you'd put in there. It didn't work at all on my screen. I can't pen that super chat. That's a shame. That's lame. Can't pen a super chat. Well, thank you for the $2, Sunday. Sunday, is that close enough, generally? Because I have no idea. I'm not getting a burger. Well, I'm glad. Hope it's a good burger. I didn't take it as that, August. So for me, well, let's see.
There was no objective good or bad for any action or characteristic. They were judged good or bad based upon whether or not they were good for some particular type of social organization. The slave revolt in morality is itself the reconfiguration of the realm of morals as a new plane on which the drives can struggle and then win or lose according to new rules that favor the materially weak.
And that's the thing. It's not an evolution. It's not a change in that way. When Nietzsche is talking about a new plane, he means an entirely new plane. Like in the way that you can't have a conversation in different places or across this. It's an entirely different system, but one that it precludes the previous. The same way I might say that it's not just simply an evolution between the primitive and the despotic and the capitalist. It's not just an evolution. It's a whole different way of being subjectified, period. Create has a lot of complicated baggage. You're absolutely right. Very much. So it's more open, but and we'll get to why I'm doing this, because there's a specific thread in this that I find really interesting.
That is what is genuinely new and revolutionary here. The fact that philosophers like Aristotle are now classified as quote-unquote virtue ethicists speaks to this transformation. It presumes that there was something missing from a treatment of morals which doesn't invoke this other realm to judge actions good and evil in, just or unjust. And so you can see how even philosophy itself is both victim and beneficiary of this transformation in morals. The seductiveness of this imaginary realm, where things are rated good or evil, is obvious by now. It allows those who are at the top to be brought down below the level of those at the bottom by framing the selfish use of their power as inherently shameful, thus perversely giving the weak the satisfaction of being greater than the strong and in the same way, albeit only in their imaginations. Likewise, the meekness of the weak, who can do no other than submit to the power of the strong, is reframed as
It's a very excellent meme choice. Just saying, Sunday. It's an excellent meme choice. If you don't know, the greatest example of resentment, and I think it's the Aesop's fable of Nietzsche as far as I'm concerned. It is the eagle dives down, steals a sheep's child, picks it up, takes it off, eats it, kills it. And the sheep goes, if I could fly, I wouldn't go kill his child. That's resentment. That's the thing. That's the moment. It's the thing, because a sheep can't fly. So what the fuck are you doing? And that's slave morality is born out of this. This is how the will to power operates. This is how it creates the new, because if it wants to do a thing and it can't, and if a thing is done to it that it can't respond to, the only way for these things to make sense as a thing is to actually invent an entire world for it. Isn't sheep can't fly a metaphor? No. A sheep can't talk. That's why it's not a metaphor. It's an example of the process. What might is even in their imagination, when the world they're imposing affect the strong and restrict them. I'm going to try to reread that. Is it even only in their imagination when the world they're imposing affect the strong and restrict? Okay. So the answer would be no, but it's going to be a little bit different there. For the slave has no capacity to respond, like at all. It doesn't even have an understanding that it can respond, because that's what a slave is. That's the existence of a slave. Whereas a master has no concept that it can't impose its will. No idea. Like, it doesn't understand that at all, right? So, if two masters are imposing will on each other, there will be a battle. There's something there. There will be, I don't want to say a fight or a battle. I shouldn't say it that way, but there will be conflict. Because two people, like, something's got to give, and the forces will find a result from that. But when the master goes after the slave, he beats him or doesn't allow him out for a month. It's not in his imagination, because he doesn't the slave can't conceptualize otherwise. Like, this is the thing that's important to remember, is The way the subject, the way you exist now, doesn't work in old times, doesn't work in other types of creation. The subject, as it's produced by the forces, are only able to be produced by the forces that exist. So, did someone in the 18th century really want to jerk off to weird porn on the internet? No. Would they if you let them? No. It doesn't fit how they understand the world as a thing. Gooning in the 16th century ain't a thing. There were probably people doing something that would be like a version of it, but it's not the same thing. The way that we interact with the world is because we understand we can. Otherwise, you just don't know. You just don't understand it. The child who the teacher tells to get in place, you're a failure as a child. Go to the edge of the room. And the kid gets up and does it. It's not in their imagination.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
John Casey super chatted $5. Hey, unrelated, but is there a best translation of Beyond Good and Evil?
Cambridge. I like Cambridge. I mean, it's the same guy. Cambridge. Cambridge is good. Stanford's good. There's a couple that are good. I would just go with one of the more recents and Z Library. But if that student gets up and goes to the corner, is it in their imagination? Like they're not aware they're being oppressed or they're being treated like shit. It might be because maybe their parents always treat them like shit. So it's good for them. Like, this is great. They don't understand the world in a way that puts them in a place where they can understand it in that way. Slaves don't understand that. Let's talk about, for example, trans people and Donald Trump. Great example. By the way, if you haven't watched Gen V, there is a few fucking great moments. I very much have been enjoying Gen V. I'm a boys fan. I don't give a shit. I think Gen V is doing a good job. But like, the subjectivity created in a capitalist society is not one of slaves. We talk about people who are disempowered or repressed or whatever. We're all slaves. It's like, okay, great. That's not the same thing. We can talk about slaves, but come on. The production of our subjectivity is one where we're very aware of our individual nature. We rely on it, and everything is actually done for us and by us. So when we're attacked, when things happen to us, this is not the master-slave relationship. It's individuals and capital. Not the same thing. This is not the same relation. Doesn't exist. Doesn't have the same forms or social stigmas, social powers, or forces at anything. Nietzsche's not talking about 150 years after he lived. He's talking about thousands of years before he lived. And he's going through the process in the genealogy of morals to develop a genealogy of morals. Squirrels? Fuck you. Morals. So would it be in their imagination? They wouldn't conceive of it. It's the existence of a slave. But the will to power, the will to overcome, overcomes. And it does it by creating an entire world, an entire understanding of things, an entire sense-making mechanism that is able to actually justify it, that they're able to make sense. Oh, this is why I can't do that, because good people don't do that. If I could do that, I wouldn't do it. But I can't do it, so therefore I'm good. That's the thing. Adrian Del Caro, thank you, Sunday. Adrian Del Caro's fucking great. I really like the translations they do. Genealogy of squirrels. What the fuck? So what happens when a slave learns their imposition of good and evil, collectively exerts powers on others, including masters over time? Do they cease to become slaves? They become priests. Actually, quite literally, they become the priest class. That's the process. As soon as they realize that they can use this and that they are able to use this in this way, they become the priest class. And the shift for everything in power became focused around good and evil, but the manipulation of it and all of these things. Like Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morals very much goes into this. 100% worth reading. 100% worth reading. Dan Levine, in my old house, my neighbor had a crabapple tree and morels grew in the roots of our yard. Unfortunately, I don't like mushrooms. Morels are delicious. That's a shame. Morel mushrooms are delicious.
As a virtue, and therefore as an alternative source of pride and emotional revenge against the strong. Asceticism, the avoidance of pleasure, is treated as a sign of a strong will, a virtuous will, when really it is just a way to cope with the fact that certain strong desires are too hard, painful, or dangerous to even attempt to fulfill. The idea of truth and the will to truth for
Fucking AI art. Sorry. It's not AI art. It was just funny for me. Probably no one else.
Nietzsche works in the same way. Just as the things we call moral or good are at bottom really just ways of valorizing weakness and failure and treating them as if they were the willed choices of strong souls, when actually this is all a coping mechanism for being thoroughly overpowered in the realm of action.
Yeah. It's a coping mechanism, yes, but it's cope is a very interesting and specific word. This is, again, it's the same thread running through this. Cope is a very specific word. It's someone is not dealing with reality. They're coping. Now, does that mean that they're disassociating from reality? Like it's a psychological thing? Or is this a coping mechanism in the sense that this is how the will to power copes with the world that it is given and the repression it experiences by creating a world where it makes sense that they would not be allowed to do a thing? They're two different, and there's a fucking nuance there. It's a fucking nuance there. But it's really important. PDF The Gay Science by Del Carlo. You don't have that? Really? 1 second. Do I? Good. One second. Oh shit. It's actually hard to get. Fuck me. Really? And I found it for you. You love me. I know. It's okay. And if you care about such things, you can always join. Always, anytime. Just jump into the QC and you can go right to stream chat right now, August, if you want. Maybe. Come on. God damn, really? 1 sec. Pain in the ass. Doop 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 doo. There. It's Bernard Williams with Adrian Del Caro. It's quite good. It has? Wait. What are you talking about? No, specifically August, please let me know what you mean. Because the Cambridge one is kind of everywhere, and Del Caro did the poetry. And worked with Bernard and Josephine Knockoff, who's actually quite good on the rest of it. If you didn't realize that, maybe you don't know, but you added me, Pashy. We'll talk. I've just been really fucking busy. But it's a very good translation. That's the Cambridge. Cambridge is fine. It's very good.
truth as an unconditional value and goal,
But the full translation, which was by Stranford. Oh. Huh. I don't have it. Sunday says, we read both. Kara is minorly adjusted in parts. The Cambridge has one typo. I think the Cambridge is very readable and really solid. So
and not merely as a regulative fiction, a use
I honestly, it feels like they just went, we just need to print them somehow more expensively and not as good also, by the way, frustratingly. It makes me nuts.
in truth, just like Nietzsche's use of the language of the will to power despite not believing in the will, is itself just another manifestation of this slave revolt in morality. In a section of The Gay Science entitled, In What Way We Too Are Still Pious, Nietzsche writes, quote, "This unconditional will to truth, what is it? Is it the will not to let oneself be deceived? Is it the will not to deceive? For the will to truth could be interpreted in the second way too. If I do not want to deceive myself is included as a special case under the generalization, I do not want to deceive. But why not deceive? But why not allow oneself to be deceived? What do you know in advance about the character of existence to be able to decide whether the greater advantage is on the side of the unconditionally distrustful or of the unconditionally trusting? But should both be necessary, a lot of trust as well as a lot of mistrust, then where might science get the unconditional belief or conviction on which it rests that truth is more important than anything else, than every other conviction?
It's the QC Sunday. Of course we go into the German. Of course we do. It's the most horrifying group of people who've ever lived. It's awful. And it's amazing.
Precisely this conviction could never have originated if truth and untruth had constantly made it clear that they were both useful as they are. So the faith in science, which after all undeniably exists,
Very long quote, Sunday.
cannot owe its origin to such a calculus of utility. Rather, it must have originated in spite of the fact that the disutility and dangerousness of the will to truth, or truth at any price, is proved to it constantly. At any price, we understand this well enough once we have offered and slaughtered one faith after another on this altar. Consequently, will to truth does not mean I do not want to let myself be deceived, but there is no alternative. I will not deceive, not even myself. And with that we stand on moral ground. For you have only to ask yourself carefully, why do you not want to deceive? Especially if it should seem, and does seem, as if life aimed at semblance, i.e., error, deception, simulation, blinding, self-blinding, and when life on the largest scale has actually always shown itself to be on the side of the...
Speaking of typos, Sunday. You got polytropoi, you got it right, and then you forgot the T. I just don't know what to do. I think I have to talk to your thesis administrators. We got to go over your doctoral thesis at this point.
The most unscrupulous polytropoi. Charitably interpreted, such a resolve might perhaps be a quixotism, a slight enthusiastic folly, but it could also be something worse.
Do you pronounce it quixotism? Quixotic? Quixote? Don Quixote? Quixotism? I've always thought that's what it was.
Namely, a principle that is hostile to life and destructive. Will to truth. That could be a hidden will to death. Unquote. Nietzsche doesn't suggest that we do entirely away with truth. Rather, what we call truth should be treated as a regulative fiction, a provisionally accepted anchoring point to help orient our reasoning and communication and experimentation so that it can build up to something new.
It's quixotism? That's fascinating. I thought it was related to like Quixote, like Don Quixote. Quixotic? Oh, it'd be quixotic then. That's a very frustrating. It's very frustrating pronunciation of things. But you still did miss the T in the other one, so I'm just saying. You spent 20 minutes making sure you pronounced that right, but you missed a T. So, so what we call truth should be treated as a regulative fiction is, to me, not Nietzsche. That's Kant. The idea that these things are useful illusions that organize our experience, right? The illusions as a thing. That's not what Nietzsche's doing. Nietzsche's, again, it's the same thread at the base of it. Who pronounced Quixote? Quixote. Well, again, Don Quixote. That's all of these things. You can stop looking for the book. It's not out there. I just did a search. It's not out there. Okay, so look, for Nietzsche, there isn't a distinction between reality and regulative fiction. There's no such thing as a regulative fiction and nonfiction. Right? The Klosowski quote I have: simulacrum is not the product of phantasm, but it is skillful reproduction by which humanity can produce itself. For the way that Klosowski is using these terms, we have impulses that produce phantasms, which are images of sorts, the fantasies, phantasms, P-H-A-N, phantasms, fantasy in that sense. And then when we communicate or express or try to make these real, these become simulacra. Okay? This is the sort of 3-step process for Klosowski. It's oversimplifying in a large set of ways. It's oversimplifying. What can I say? But that thing is the big deal for Nietzsche and for Klosowski. It is not about choosing useful fictions, knowing the truth, or being aware of the truth beyond them. It's actually that the fictions are the truth. The fictions are the reality. Truth doesn't regulate reality, but it is a mode of reality being constituted. That's how I'll phrase it. Again, it's the same thing. This is one of the hardest parts of all of these guys to sort of get through, is to realize that there is no grounding. Every time you deal with grounding, every time you come back to that in any of these, where it's like, oh, there is a truth or there is this, this is not the question they're having. This isn't the setup. It's not about whether or not there is a truth to get to. It's not also that there isn't a falsity or an illusion, or that there is no truth and everyone has their own. These are categories created by the way of seeing the world in the way Nietzsche's critiquing. That's why he's critiquing them in the way he is. The categories are made through the process of the will to power as it is repressed and as it is these understandings of the world are making sense. They create the categories that are valuing it. It's similar. You ever deal with a capitalist who finds out you're an anarchist or a communist? They'll say something along the lines of, well, why don't we do this? You take half of the world as for communism, I'll take it with capitalism, and then at the end of it, we'll see how much money you have. The thing is, the reality is being conditioned, is conditioning the process. The categories condition the process. So if you're talking about truth, if you're talking about illusion, if you're talking about these things, you're making that step where you're saying there's a reality and then we misunderstand. You're Kant. You're doing a Kant. You're talking about like critique of pure reason, critique of pure judgment. You're playing into that. Not pure judgment, critique of whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's Kant.
Nietzsche acknowledges that the place truth occupies in our thinking also overlaps with something essentially important to navigating the world and increasing our human power. What is Nietzsche's project, if not a breaking down of some illusions in favor of others? Even the notion of the will to power is itself a product of Nietzsche's own provisional will to truth, that is, his will to not being deceived about how we must be deceived. When we are thinking, we are like spiders spinning webs of concepts that augment our sensation and our navigation and upon which we can walk.
Can't help it, can you? Can't help it bringing this shit in. You can't, can you? Just can't help it bring it in.
And of course, hunt. But if we take truth, quote-unquote, as
Gotta plug yourself, you goddamn person.
something more, as something more fixed and more permanent and more...
But even the web's, like, a spider spins its web, yes. But the web spinning is the only reality that there is. The spider is producing the world it exists on. And that world is being constituted and constituting the ability for the will to power to express itself. So they're coextensive. This is why I don't watch my videos. Join the club, buddy. Join the club. It's kind of intuitive when you understand it through flat ontology. There can be a separate later called reality. It's my next video that I've got that I've been working on is about why we need to reject real and possible as categories at all. And this is the problem, is if you have what's real and what's possible, you immediately have two existences that are separate domains, like categories in and of themselves. It puts you in a spot where you start thinking of, well, what's real? Well, I understand I have different feelings. So, all these different ways of seeing it, all of them are valid. It's like, it's tough. Sunday, why do you have a hard on against pop? I have a hard on against pop philosophy. Philosophy is not pop. It doesn't work that way.
real than a mere human tool. When we claim
Lacan's real is kind of, if there is like a version of it that I got very close to, like being able to understand, it's Lacan's real, which is that because of how language operates and we see the world, we can't engage with the real. But the real doesn't exist as a separate plane of like metaphysically or ontologically. It is actually part of a tripartite existence of the imaginary and the symbolic. A baby engages with the real because it doesn't have the imaginary and the symbolic. Like this, that makes more sense to me. And it's able to be like, I'm able to cognize that. But when you start talking about like Kant's version, which is like, oh, you have an imperfect view of the world and the real world, if you just only have the right information. And it's like, phew. But is that really possible, Brooks? You are a cute motherfucker.
Will to truth. This, Nietzsche argues, is very similar to the kind of ascetic principle that is a hidden will to death.
Is it ascetic or ascetic? I say ascetic. Curious.
A disguised pathway to hating life itself. When later theorists of science and knowledge taking after Nietzsche, such as Max Weber, describe the state of malaise of modern culture as depressed by a grimly disenchanting iron cage of mechanistic scientific knowledge, it is this cold enclosure by gray nets of concepts that is being invoked.
I am not giving him a single pass. I'm being incredibly cruel. There's a T missing, and he said ascetic. So, look. I think we should have more standards from our philosophy YouTubers. Call it a drawn quick. I asked. I didn't know. I didn't pretend to know, and you were right. So well done. The British and Commonwealth people pronounce it more like he does. Yes, but they don't speak English.
When truth is taken as more than a provisional tool, as the real in itself, beyond the human, as if the world was really cut up into the joints we perceive with our eyeballs, or simulate as if it could be perceived with our eyeballs where it can't, we very quickly run the well of possibilities dry. The human body is not a map of all the world's potential, but if we confuse
Conflating potential and possibility, Sunday.
our was really cut up into the joints we perceive with our eyeballs, or simulate as if it could be perceived with our eyeballs where it can't, we very quickly run the well of possibilities dry. The human body is not a map of all the world's potential.
It's a fun discussion. Like, this is part of the thing that's like really, I think, again, tough, but it's really important. The tie-dye I'm wearing while I say that? Yeah. Cease your investigations. Like it's not that we run the well of possibilities dry. It's that when we talk about things as being real, what we're doing is we're limiting things by our understanding. But we also, because of the way possibility works, like as a thing, how possibility functions is possibility works the other direction. We don't start from the real. We ask if something's possible and we name the thing. And then through the process of naming it, we create the conditions for it to exist. So it's possible. That's why anything's possible. But potential is something that is charged up within the actual material conditions of things. And the actual is the things that are produced by it. The potential is ever growing and absorbing and set up in that way. And understanding that is good. Understanding the possible, again, this is one of the challenges for this, is why Klosowski makes a lot of noise on the virtual and actual inside of Vicious Circle. If we are going to understand the world through ideas that don't connect to our lived existence or the will of things, we will find ways to make our will go through those possibilities. I've had a conversation with a family member who said that the Nazis weren't necessarily fascists. Which is a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing. But that's the thing of possible. It's the thing of the possible. You work backwards into your worldview. You work backwards into the repression that was created through the way you're being repressed and your subjectivity is constituted. You work backwards into it rather than dealing with the potentials that are there. But is this Nietzsche? Absolutely, this is Nietzsche. It's Nietzsche read through Klosowski, but this is it. Like, that's very much it. It's a big deal to him. It's a big deal to him overall, I would argue. Nazis were unnecessarily fascist. Yeah, it's a lot. And so it's like, and so when we'll get through this because we're almost done. I want to get to it. And TJC, I appreciate this cheating. What's cheating? It's not cheating. I'm talking about, you may have missed it. I literally opened this by saying, I can't read Nietzsche except through Deleuze and Klosowski anymore. So you're going to get that. And I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong, but I think there's a thread missing. And I do think there is a thread missing.
Potential. But if we confuse our reason for a mirror of reality itself and reduce in our imagination reality itself to the same mechanistic principles by which we as animals navigate the world, we very quickly end up calculating the end of all things and finding it wanting, finding it absurd. We end up finding life itself a nuisance without a point. The will to truth for Nietzsche fundamentally reduces to a conceit that there is something essentially higher order about human knowledge in particular that elevates its concepts from being mere tools into objects of veneration and worship. Things worth dying for, or simulated possessions that make us feel better about losing everything else.
As the faith and truth from Gay Science. Yeah.
Thus, even the most openly atheistic scientist or philosopher tricks themselves into thinking that what they value is truth, when in fact this whole realm of truth is a subtle variation on the slave revolt in morality.
Your Honor, my disability requires me to juice with steroids. Sunday, I use good writers and writers to tell me and explain to me how they view things and to make me have elevated viewings of things. But hey, you're free to just, read Wikipedia too.
That copes with the inability to resist the strong by imagining that there is an additional layer of being in which the need to resist is cancelled out entirely by mystical rules and rankings that render the weak, in fact, actually the stronger where it really counts. The will to truth is just this, only in terms that equivocate effective uses of concepts with the good. Ultimately, just a slightly more secret door to nihilism. As always, thank you.
He mispronounced writers. I said readers and writers. Evaluation is what emerges from power configuration. It is not that Nietzsche is unmasking truth as being this thing that seeks power. This is why the will to truth generally in English texts, especially Western texts, definitely, is sort of given this personality and drive itself. And it doesn't really exist in that way. It is instead as a process, again, created by the will to power, but there is no position from which one has to judge truth seeking as really being resentment. That's not really the drive. What Nietzsche is doing is through all of this, and we'll kind of get into like the thread that goes through, if you can't already see it, like this is my core thread, I think, through all this. It's a minor thing, but that's, I think, that's the fun stuff for me. And I think also for Sunday, but it's forcing me to refine how I talk about this because, I fundamentally disagree with so much of this, yet all of it is accurate. And that's what makes these videos fun for me. It's weird in that way, but that's why I had to take notes and go find quotes and reconfigure how I was going to respond, because the thing I don't see this as is that this is cynical manipulation or that someone's aware of these things. That's not the setup. Instead, it is that meaning is created through forces, and that is actually the only activity. There's no ground, there's no truth, there is only the interplay of these forces that themselves create interpretation. And that position of interpretation that's created by them is the one that is either truth-seeking or not, or critiquing it. And so it comes from there. And that includes Nietzsche, that includes Sunday, that includes me for this. That's the point of the entire thing. And so the whole point, it's not an evil video. No, it is not an evil video. Because that's the question. And it's a thing that I think how I listen to it, and I don't say this with confidence, but it came through for me as all of this remains within the discourse of metaphysics, where there's critique of illusion as a thing. There's a genealogy of truth. Unmasking a power demonstrates creation of values, things like this. But for Nietzsche, that's not what he's doing. There's not a reality that is there for interpretation, that we interpret correctly or incorrectly. There's multi-step process. There's reality constituted by something, whatever that is. There is our perceptive process, and then we're aware of it and we think of it, and then we judge it. No, it's all of that happens imminently at once. The forces come out through, and they are the interpretive meaning generation mechanism. And someone keeps asking about free will and everything. This is not saying that whatever's happening happens or that you don't have free will. Again, he's sidestepping all of that over and over. Because ultimately it's not about interpretations doing things, but instead there are free floating ideas out there of all the possible things. That's not the setup. They are expressions of the configuration of force as Nietzsche describes them. I think I have a monster who snuck up behind me. If I don't turn around, he won't see me. If I don't turn around, he won't see me.
I see you. I see you. You're on the screen.
I'm not on the screen.
Yes, you are.
Oh, God. He sees me. What are you doing?
I'm Dixie.
What are you doing?
Ready?
Why do you have my microphone? Why do you have that? Can I have it?
No.
No. Okay.
I just want to nail it.
No, please don't. be gentle with it. Do not hurt it. You're using it as a... Okay. What are you doing? Here, say hi to everyone. Say hi.
Say hi.
What's your name?
What's your name?
I'm Dexter, and I'm a poopy head.
I'm Dexter, and I'm a poopy head.
My dad's the smartest, most kind, and wonderful person who's ever existed.
My dad is the most kind and wonderful person who would ever existed.
It's a good kid. What are you doing? Is Grandpa Jim asleep?
Yeppo show.
Grandpa Jim went to sleep?
Yeppo show. Yeppo show.
All right. Is Mom upstairs waiting for you?
No.
Does she know you're down here?
No.
Where's Heather?
I don't know.
All right. Go. You're being a butt.
No, I won't go.
All right. I'll finish this discussion. Are you going to sit there and be quiet? Or are you going to start talking again? I'm sure you're going to start talking again. We're going to keep going for a second. I'll see if I can survive this. That's Dexter. It's my 7-year-old. He's lovely. And there's only so much you can do to keep your kids off social media. But I can't, force them out of the room. So you feel free to tell me how you feel about all that. All right, one sec while Dad's talking, okay? So, all right, can you go sit?
No.
Please?
No.
I'm asking nicely.
No.
Jesus Christ. It's fun being a parent. I promise. So with this, the forces that are interplaying, and there is a lot of them. There resentment, affirmation, negation, nervousness, things like all these things that are embodied and parcel of your existence that come together and through which you interpret the world. That's the thing. The task of the philosopher is not to tell the truth about truth, but to create possibilities for existence by deploying new simulacra that serve life affirmation. Don't step on my books. Be nice to my books. You know I love my books. All right. So this is my life now. This is my life now. So there's the thing. So this is, I wanted to go over the Sunday video for a couple reasons. One, because I wanted to, and I think it's an important discussion overall, because the entire point of Nietzsche for me has extended. And I think it's important to sort of go, hey, Sunday, it's extended. Come on. You're just being the biggest butt. What is with you? Why are you being a butt? See, there's Heather going. Do you see Heather?
No. I don't.
You don't?
No, I don't. And I don't hear her either.
And you don't hear her either. Go.
No.
Mom wants you out there.
No.
Go, butthead. I'm going to get you. Do I teach them Nietzsche? No, but I have read them Dune. I'm actively reading them Dune right now. No, we don't teach them Nietzsche, but they don't go to public school, so. What part Faye is, Dexter? Dude, he is a deeply unique kid. He's a very unique kid. A handful of people from the QC have gotten to meet him, and he is something else. The way his brain works is exceptionally unique, which you can probably guess from me. And if you haven't had a chance to deal with Heather, yeah, same thing. He's fascinating. And I think the latest thing he's been doing is because he doesn't have social graces at all. He's a kid, but on top of it, that's not his jam. We were, because again, and it's really one of those things that I have bred into me like a Protestant Christian sort of overarching repressive ethic when dealing with people. Example, we were at the store getting groceries, and Dexter and I were there, and we're going, he likes sitting in the cart. He's almost too big for the cart, but not completely. And another dad was there with his kid. His kid had some severe deformity, pretty severe. And Dexter, we pull up, and Dexter goes, "Hi there, I'm Dexter. What's wrong with your face?" And I'm horrified immediately until like it takes a moment for my brain to go, but wait, that's actually normal and fine, and they're children, and I have to act and like put forward the energy properly. And the kid was, and the dad were like totally jazzed that a kid was talking to him, and was like, just like, he's like, said something about, oh, he was born this way and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, that's really interesting. Wow. So what's this like? And it was just talking to him, and the kid fucking loved it. And it's, I've had to, as a dad, learn how fucked up I am as a person, like through life, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. You learn all of your own social mores that you are over-indexing on, and all your weird shames that don't exist and shouldn't exist. Special Books by Special Kids is the place that sort of really taught me how to deal with this and how to think about it, which I'm glad I watched. The kid loved it. Conversely, there are times where you just, I know at some point he's going to make me get into a fucking like full on fight. He's going to say something, and I'm going to deserve it in some capacity. So we're at a store. I'm not going to be too specific, but, we're going around, all four of us. And, I see this thing where these, heavy set, lower class white people decide that they're going to get hit by a guy pushing a whole bunch of stuff in a cart, a worker. So they step backwards into it and then get hit by it. And a lot of people saw this, and it was on camera, and they started screaming, "Yeah, why'd you do that?" And screaming at the guy. The manager came, it was this whole thing. The manager comes over, and we were going by, like this occurred over 3 aisles as we're going down the aisles back and forth in Costco. And, so we're going, and we stop, and, Dexter says, "What's going on with them?" And he's talking about them. The manager's talking, and I go, they're just trying to pull some fucking scam. And Dexter went, "Really? They're trying to pull a scam?" Really loud. And they just looked at me like, murder. It was fucking so awesome. It's my fault. I did that. It's one of those things I don't have enough of a filter to stop saying things. We went and got fish for the fish tank because we've got a bunch of Gorman who are taking it over. I made some comments on the drive over there, and when we got there, this family's buying fish, and Dexter, as he always, "Hi, I'm Dexter. What are you doing here?" Because he's the most outgoing child. It's amazing. And they're like, "Oh, we're buying fish, blah, blah, blah." And they're telling him, and then the kid goes, "What are you doing here?" He goes, "We've got to buy fish because the goddamn Dr. Fish are taking over a fucking tank." And it's just like, God damn it. It's like, God damn it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nothing is the answer. Nothing. You just smile and you accept it. You smile and accept it. That's what you do. But he's like, the creativity is really wild. My favorite thing is he actually came up with a name more clever than anything I've ever come up with in my life, which is kind of upsetting and awesome. As a parent, it makes you go, holy shit, I'm doing right as a parent. Holy shit, I'm 45 and he outdid me. Like, it's a weird feeling. And I don't know how this happened. Like, this is clever. So I have Jeep, if you have a Jeep, you like a Wrangler, you play a game called Duck Duck Jeep, where you or other people, if you see a Jeep, you take a little like yellow rubber ducky for bath time. There's a billion kinds of them, and you put it in their door handle or by their mirror. You've been ducked. This is the joke. I have literally no idea why this is a thing, but it's a fucking thing everywhere. So I have, I have a few. It's fine. Dexter keeps them. He takes them. When he sees them, he takes them. He decided to open up a shop and sell me my ducks back to me. And I show up and I'm like, I'd like to buy it. What do you have? And he goes, these are my products. Products. You tell me. You tell me where the fuck that comes from. That's like the best pun I've ever heard in my fucking life. It's he was like 6 and I'm like, you, what? You can't even spell that. Like, what the fuck is going on? And he's got his product shop, his products. And, that's it for me. It's very strange. It's very, very different. It's fascinating. I can retire now, put Dexter on. You have no idea how much he would love that. Like, he would really just fucking love that. He could talk for hours and he can't read, so he'd have no idea. Like, I mean, he can read. He doesn't understand chat as a thing, like that it's other people. Violet is also, because Kid Not Kin streams, and I have him in the background often. I don't right now. I should put him on. But like Violet comes in and Violet goes, it's Jordy and his pet frog. And she's like, hi, Jordy. And he's talking and he'll say something like to a chatter that's nice. And she'll go, oh, thank you, Jordy. Like, she'll talk to him. Like, she doesn't get that it's because we do FaceTime calls. I'm serious. And just to go back, this is the thing Nietzsche's talking about. The conditions of existence define how you interpret and how you understand things and how meaning works. For her, this is a FaceTime call. It's just a really fucking big one. With Jordy's fucking pink frog, his pet frog. And Dexter will come in and he's just looking at himself. He doesn't understand that this is like live. Like, he knows I'm talking to people generally, but he's not allowed on YouTube or Twitch in that way. I'm really nuts about not letting him on the internet in the same way I was introduced to it, or even slightly less. That's why I have a pie hole. Like, their devices are locked. They're only allowed to see certain things. It's whitelisted. Like, yeah, I'm nuts. But I'm not a helicopter parent. I just block all the things so they don't know it exists. And it makes it very easy. But it's a fascinating sort of, what the fuck are you going to do kind of thing. And the answer is not very much. You just sort of deal with it and survive. I don't know. It's a tough thing. And I finally got back. You want one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. I do this thing. I adore bad decisions or things that can't be helped in marketing. Because I worked in film stuff for a very long time. So like bad products, things that sort of come about, I really enjoy them. If it's Avatar, I enjoy the shit out of them. I don't have it. I think it's over there. I have my Parker Selfridge, who's the action figure, one of my favorite action figures ever, because it's the scene from first Avatar where he's playing golf. He's got a putter. That's the action figure. It's like the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. But this is actually like the worst thing that's ever existed. I'm going to make sure I can do this in a way that lets me focus closer. This is one of the worst things I ever had to have a hand in. and I didn't, and then I did, and I just don't get it. Luis Gardin is a sculptor thing guy company. They make like Hummel, modern Hummel type things. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is their Avatar baby. Avatar baby. See? It's got a tail. It's like one of the worst things that's ever been made. It's my daughter's favorite thing. The blue baby. I got this as a joke. You might see it's chipped. She took it and hid it. It's been gone for fucking like a year. She's fucking it's her favorite thing. It is not a children's toy. This is hard. This is not pleasant to hold or look at in any capacity. It's genuinely ugly. It's her favorite thing. She treats it like a baby and then hides it so I can't take it away. I finally found it. It's like, God damn it. This fucking kid. Oh God. It's fun. It looks like me. Thank you, Philip Seymour Hoffman. I'm glad you appreciate it. I think those are the main things I wanted to get going tonight. It's a really ugly monk child with a rare type of silver poisoning. It's one of those things, and it's the reason I like this. I have a couple others. Let me see if I can find it. One sec. I have a couple others hiding. I don't know where they are. I need to find them. One sec. There. All right. Some of my favorite little stupid things. So, here we go. I mentioned it. It is an action figure. So when Avatar first hit, too far, this means war. He's a lovely actor. But that's not the person I was referencing. I was referencing when he's not. This is Parker Selfridge. Come on. So this is Giovanni Ribisi's character. It's fully articulated for playing golf. It's got some glue on his butt because he used to be attached to my monitor. I can't even mentally handle that this is a fucking action figure. The reason it's an action figure is because they went through the process of making all the characters into action figures, and then Jim got rid of a bunch of characters right beforehand, so they kind of had to backfill them a lot. It's a lot. I got this. This is real. This is for the first Stargate movie. You remember the scene where the Mastedge Beast of Burden had a shooting catapult launcher with the Marines on it carrying when they were attacking and fighting? You remember that scene in Stargate? Yeah, me neither. And it's like I love this shit. This shit's stupid as fuck. And then sometimes it's stupid as fuck and quite intentionally so. And I think Adult Swim might have maybe had the monopoly in really dumb shit. But the C-Lab, they did all the characters for a whole bunch of stuff, but they did Bizarro C-Lab, and I couldn't believe they actually did it. If you're not a C-Lab fan, this is a shame and you should change that immediately. They have Quinn. They have Debbie, the alcohol, everything from Bizarro. But the rest of it's identical to the real one, which I love. It beats McFarlane Collectibles. It really, really does. They never quite came out with the rest of them, which is a shame, but I had to get Bizarro. Bizarro, Bizarro, Bizarro. You gotta love that stuff. I love when they, when you're going through the process of greenlighting things as a licensor, you do not have, there's things that go into that where people don't understand how difficult it is or what the forces are that really push you towards things. So let's say, Star Wars or Avatar or fucking Harry Potter, it doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. People are coming to you for a million things. They want a license. They want a rights to do a thing. Here are the things that matter. First thing they do is they're going to tell you how much money they're open for, how good the thing is, and like how good the thing is, like how useful it is, and how much work it is on your side. It's one of the things that's kind of tough to explain, but you have to approve everything that these licensors do. And so when someone comes to you and wants to do Avatar Baby, or one of the coolest things, which is they did for the first movie, one of the coolest chess sets. I don't even care if you don't like Avatar. It's the world of Pandora and like the ground, and then it's elevated, and the floating islands hold the pane of glass like this far above the ground, and that's where the sky battle happens, and the pieces are the sky battle. It's fucking beautiful. If you've never seen it, it's worth looking up. It's one of the more stunning, like, I just love that shit. That stuff is great. They're not going to make a lot of money off it, but it's a prestige piece. But every character, every model, everything, you as a licensor have to approve, or someone working for you, which means you either have to hire someone or set it up. So you can't just do whatever deal you want. That's how you end up with, hey, we're just going to do this. We do weird, quirky shit. Here's a bag of money. And off you go. Or Parker Selfridge, as an example. Or all of the examples from Star Wars. Ugh. Oh, the Team Fortress 2 chess set was amazing, too. But the Avatar chess set, which is really hard to find now, which is an insane disappointment, honestly. Because there's like crap versions of it. Let me see if I can find one that's actually, because like the fans snatched them up, and then collectors snatched them up, and then like no one cared anymore. Not to be like, it's Avatar. People don't give a fuck, really. Yeah, there's no images. It's fucking insane. It's a really big shame. And that's even the junior one. They made a really pretty one. They made like 200 of them. I don't even think they exist anymore. It's insane. But it's like that stuff, as a licensor, how do you set it up? How do you play it? How do you deal with it? It's a lot of work. It's a fuck ton of work to be a licensor. It's a pain in my fucking ass. Just awful. Man, the Team Fortress 2 chess set is fucking $325 without the code, opened and played with. Jesus Christ. It's not that good of a chess set. $325. What the fuck is wrong with people? It's fucking nuts. $800, $600, $1,500 never opened. Hey, get your money. You know, what am I going to say? Fucking, I don't care. Get your money. Just don't do it by going to Saudi Arabia for comedy. Because if you can't speak truth to power, all you're doing is whitewashing them. Really disappointing. It's like Joe Rogan has become a thing, and it's just so depressing, and all the people around him have become a thing. And there were, at one point, I think, comics I liked. But, like, Andy Andrist and Doug Stanhope, even on a recent podcast, were talking about how they just, like, it's just awful and how none of it's about comedy anymore. It's like the worst thing. And I just, man, it's just tiring, this nightmare world we live in. Consider this a notice at this point. I am fading out. If you have a thing you would like me to discuss at this point, which I'm happy to do, now's the time to mention. Now's the time to set it up. Send a super chat if you have something that's interesting for me to talk about. Because at this point, I think it's into my night, and I think we're going to go ahead and take a look at what's happening with our friend Kid Not Ken. Bill Burr was so disappointing. Dude, all of Jim Jeff, like, there are so many people who are disappointing, and it's like, and again, if they came out and said, hey, like, just flatly say, they gave me this much money. You can't just say it's for the money. You can't just go, it's for the money. Because if it's 10 grand, fuck you. If it's $500,000, fuck. I mean, there's a point where it's like, again, I think everyone has a price, and I think you can deal with it. You hope Doug is still chill? Doug is Doug. Doug is a fucking, let's see. Last time I saw him was when I did the show with Brendan and him, the Sunday Afternoon Delight in Portland. And Doug and Bingo and Andy were there, and Doug has not changed at all. I don't think he's changed most of the time I've known him. He's very who he is. So you're good. Yeah, I mean, look, if someone said, if Bill Burr came out and said, look, it's $500,000. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder the rest of my life. I'm just going to go do this. It's some safe stuff. It's like, if he had said, it's like I'm going and doing a Disney cruise. You know, it's safe. It's nothing. I'll be out of there. It's fine. I'd give him a pass. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that. But that they're being so cagey about it that they know it's shit. They know they can't say it. $500,000 would be great. You know what? $150,000. Fucking great. Theo Von said something identical. Theo Von is a terrible comic and a racist and a bigot. If you haven't listened to his stand-up, you should. It's really awful. He did a bit about how he preferred doing cocaine bumps off of mixed race babies because you can still see the cocaine against the dark of their skin. That's a Theo Von joke. I know you're not defending him. I'm just really saying. It's like 150 grand. Just be like, hey, it's $150,000. I've got kids and a family. I'm fucking taking it. It's 2 days work. And they're flying me first class on Saudi Air, which is really nice. And my wife's not coming because she hates this place too. There you go. But like, part of me sees this Saudi bid for cultural influence as a said the Zen master moment. I think it doesn't work. Like, again, the Saudis are terrible at this, and they just like killing people too much. They just like murdering journalists and cutting the heads off people publicly and stoning gay people and beating women and, you know, all that shit. Go there and dance in the streets for a moment. Go do a TikTok dance in the street. See how that goes over. Why a baby? Because Theo Von's not funny. That's it. He's not a funny person. Doug Stanhope, again, anytime someone says that offensive comedy doesn't work, go watch a Stanhope or an Andrus show and just see how long you last before you want to get up and leave. He used to do the bit where he'd say, I'm a general taking you into war because by the time I'm done, most of you will not be here. And it was accurate to his early shows. Now he's well known enough. Thank God it's not. But early on, absolutely people would walk out. He had a bit where he'd talk about he met there was a news story about a girl who was born who had another head growing out of her head. And his take on it was that the world is so fucked up. He yelled at someone in the audience and he said, "You'd probably have sex with her just so you could claim that you had a threesome." That's brutal. Like, he is so fucking awful, but it's like mean, but good mean. I don't know. Stanhope's fascinating. Only dead comedians are funny. Stanhope is very funny. He's exceptionally transgressive Sunday. These fucks poke fun at minorities who are powerless. I agree. I mean, Rogan used to be kind of funny. Not great. If you didn't see his early specials, he has an entire bit that I always enjoyed about... he used to do have a bit about why he's an idiot you should never listen to, and how most people are stupid, and how the world is run because we're lucky enough to have smart people who are in positions of power. I'm not joking. Like, he used to be liberal and not retarded, or not stupid. Sorry, pardon my language. Sorry, I know. It's Joe Rogan. Stanhope is alive. Stanhope is very much alive. I need to do his podcast again. I should hit him up. I need to go out there. I know, George. I'm trying. But look, I'm a fucking 45-year-old person. There's a lot of words from the 90s that float in my head when I think of Joe Rogan, and I used what I did. I shouldn't. Joe Rogan is a moronic imbecile who has no business telling people how to do things. But he used to actually understand that he was a moron. And he had an entire bit about it, about how he's an idiot. And it's quite good. It's generally pretty funny. You think you're smart? You think you understand how the world works? If I dropped you in the woods next week and we waited for a while, how soon could you call me on a cell phone? It's a great bit. I think it's a great bit. I know, George. Thank you. It's a great bit. He used to have funny bits. It's Stanhope was only 58. Stanhope is, he used to have, the Doug Stanhope death pool was a real thing. He had death pool on celebrity deaths. It was fun as shit, and it was super funny. He doesn't run it anymore. David Cross is extremely transgressive. Stephen Wright's still doing good stuff. Anthony Jeselnik, I think, is actually pretty fantastic. Some of his bits are wonderful. Genuinely pretty wonderful. There's a handful of really good comedians out there. They're harder to find because the comedy world... I mean, Elephant Graveyard goes into this, but the comedy world is basically controlled now by Rogan and his fucking weird power structure. It's always had a weird power structure. If you didn't know, like, Pauly Shore is the kid of the person who used to control who got on stage at the Comedy Store, Sunset. So, right? Like, stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So, let's see. I don't know if I can play any Doug Stanhope bits. I don't mind getting copyright struck. That's not the big deal. I just literally don't know if I would get banned for it. Some of his best bits are absolutely not safe for Twitch or YouTube in any capacity. Shane Gillis is funny. I actually like Shane Gillis. He's in the Rogan sphere, but he's I would more say that he's ancillary or on the side of it. I don't think he's in the Rogan sphere. He's unknowingly extremely progressive with what he says and lefty. And that's the thing, like, that's really frustrating about a lot of this stuff is a lot of these really good, Son of Mitzi. A lot of these really good, play Alien Isolation for Halloween. No, I'll pass on that. Thanks. What's her name? Jenna, what was her name? She did Soft Focus was the show on YouTube. It's one of my favorite fucking shows. Did you ever watch Soft Focus? We're going to watch an episode of Soft Focus because I don't fucking care. Jenna Friedman's Soft Focus. Maybe one of the funniest fucking things that I've ever seen. She has very big Nathan Fielder vibes. Like, I don't know how else to put it except that. She's very big Nathan Fielder vibes. Her stand-up's good too. She gets very lib feminist on some things, which it's fine. Just a thing to be aware of if you do watch her stand-up as a thing. But boop 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 boop. Enjoy. This never aired. Soft Focus is one of the best fucking things that was done on Comedy Central that I can't believe they didn't have the balls to run with.
June, the Supreme Court ruled to protect the rights of gay and transgender people in the workplace. But now, critics of the
This is a few
ruling
years old,
believe
by
it
the way.
could have dangerous consequences in other public places, like bathrooms. Conservative politician and straight pride activist Don Grunman explains.
Women should be always totally safe in the bathroom at all times.
Are women's bathrooms dangerous now?
I would say if transgender individuals are allowed to use women's bathrooms, yes, they are.
There's so many places that you can violently assault women. Why would you do it in a bathroom?
Right, well, you're talking about a psychotic individual to begin with.
Are you a psychologist?
No,
Gotcha.
no.
Great. Then I talked to an actual doctor.
No one is at risk of getting attacked by trans people in the bathroom or anywhere else.
Professor
She's fucking great. Her style is so good.
Talia Betcher.
It's trans people themselves. We are the ones who are vulnerable to physical attack, verbal attack.
Please, Dr. Betcher, please don't assault me with your logic. And although there is no link between trans-inclusive policies and bathroom safety, conservative lawmakers under Trump continue to roll back trans rights in public restrooms, schools, the military, and across America. So
Weren't those the good old days in comparison?
what is this really about?
Transgenderism is where the person feels that they will find happiness through mutilating their body.
A girl in my yoga class got a boob job.
No, that would be completely different from transgender, which is pretending to be the opposite sex in order to find happiness.
So the problem is people doing things to find happiness.
It comes from a breakdown. Actually, it's a breakdown of the family unit.
Do you have a wife?
No,
Kids?
no. But I'm worried about the consequences for children throughout our state and nation.
So you're doing everything in your power to protect children from other grown men besides yourself.
Well, they'll put it as, well, you have no children, so why are you interested in children?
You can be interested in children for other reasons than because you have them.
Right.
Some of those reasons are illegal. What would you say to the response?
So her delivery is so good. Her delivery is so good. Like, it's ridiculous. She's ridiculous. The talent of how she does it, it's wonderful.
That conservative politicians just want to protect women and children.
First, I would say what they mean is they just want to protect non-transgender women, and they want to do so by penalizing transgender women. And then I would say they actually don't want to do that because they want to put transgender men in the bathroom with non-transgender women. I don't know how that's protecting non-transgender women.
I didn't see how anti-trans policies were protecting anyone either, which makes me wonder who the real threat is. I could be sitting here right now, looking at you, having a nice conversation,
Yes.
not even realizing that the person I'm talking to could be a threat to all women.
Oh, sure.
That is terrifying.
Absolutely.
What are the dangers of allowing trans people in women's bathrooms?
If you allow
It is a little bit like Kunk, but it's a smart version. Like, she's She's fucking smart and so goddamn fast. We're going to watch a couple of these. You can find her by just going to Jenna Friedman's channel. I'll link her later, but she's fucking great.
Them in the bathroom, you're saying an acceptance to them.
Okay.
And then once they say, "Oh, I'm okay," then their okayness will expand.
Once somebody feels confident in who they are, there's no stopping them.
Right. Well,
Would you be open to other ways to keep women safe?
I'd be open to other ways.
So Don decided to show us.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry.
What are you doing here?
I'm like an unofficial security guard. Yourself?
I
don't want to get in your way if you're one of these.
Oh no, I'm just wondering what you're doing outside the women's bathrooms.
I'm unofficial security guard.
Something about Don hovering outside the women's bathroom, pretending to be a security guard, didn't really give off a protective vibe. I wanted to help Don on his mission to keep women safe, but before he could protect others, he'd first have to learn to protect himself.
Oh, God.
So I enrolled Don in a women's self-defense class.
This is Ashley, London, Ashton, and Carolina. This is Don. Everybody say hi.
Hey, Don.
Hi. 1, 2, 3.
Quiet.
We're just going to demonstrate this. It's called the wiggle out of it. Are you familiar with this one?
Probably.
So I come up, you're not expecting me, I grab you, and yeah.
Wiggle out of it. Wiggle out of it. Okay?
All right, wiggle out of it.
That. Oh, be careful, be careful. Oh, Don.
Oh, that's okay.
You okay?
That's okay. Yeah, I lean
You
back
okay?
too much.
Training complete.
She's
Now,
ridiculous.
if only Don looked a little less like a conservative politician.
You don't think this guy... So 100% no one has a script except for Jenna. Like, she has an interview with McAfee that's one of the more extraordinary pieces of film that's ever been recorded.
So
This guy's real. Oh no, this is not a joke. Like, this is... Her thing is this. We'll let me see how many of these she has on here. Because Soft Focus was so fucking good. She has a new series? What? Look at this. Look at me learning about Jenna Friedman having a new series live. Indefensible. Panic Defense. Concrete Ceiling. Stand Her Ground. Constant Offense. What is... How Men Get Off. What? I hope she didn't just switch to a normal podcast. I hope she kept the sense of humor.
Steven and Alana Steinberg seemed like the perfect couple. Only they weren't. Steven was a compulsive gambler whose luck was spiraling out of control. And Alana had recently stopped letting him poke her.
Jesus Christ.
We can't say that. So
Shit.
tasteless. Can we?
She did this for AMC Plus on a streaming show? That's fantastic. All right. Well, I'll have to watch all of those now. It's a few years old too. She's great. I cannot tell you how much I absolutely adore her. But Soft Focus. We're gonna watch my favorite one because I've got you stuck. The John McAfee episode is absolutely fucking nuts. As a thing, it's absolutely fucking nuts. This was around Gamergate time, so enjoy. This is amazing. Adult Swim, wonderful, just so great. This is Jenna Friedman.
Sexual harassment is a very real problem. And now it's also a virtual problem, as millions of women report harassment in multiplayer online games. Often subjected to explicit messages and even threats, many women will pretend to be men online to avoid harassment. Game developer and author of a guideline on harassment in gaming.
McAfee is the antivirus freako man, and as in, she had to do a multi-part series because she interviewed him, and then like he had her out to the place where he died. Eventually, like, it's worth watching. We're not gonna watch all of it because it's a lot, and it is kind of a lot mentally too. But she's ridiculous.
Renee Gittins.
I've been harassed when I've been playing games online multiple times.
How do you know if you're being virtually harassed or if you're just being virtually too sensitive?
My emotions have very little to do with it. I've received death threats. I've had really rude and graphic messages sent to me.
Did the person who virtually harassed you face any consequences?
Unfortunately not.
Wow, that is so lifelike. But is sexual harassment in gaming really a problem?
That's as good a line as you can get. That is so smart. It's fucking so good. That's so lifelike. Just fucking what a line.
Consulted with an authority. Men.
I know a few female friends that have felt mistreated in gaming. I've seen them be harassed online in front of me.
Things like, oh, she's a chick, she must not be any good, or oh, I bet she's got big hooters.
I wouldn't assume somebody would be getting sexually harassed, man or a guy.
Man or a guy?
Yeah.
What about women?
What about them?
How do we reach gamers who spend all their time gaming to stop being so rapey?
I think that if they could empathize with the people who've suffered harassment, perhaps they would have a better insight.
I wanted to help gamers
love this
empathize
so
with the
much.
harassment women face. So I created a fully immersive virtual reality sensory experience of what it's like to be a woman. To make it feel authentic, I modeled my game off of recent accounts of sexual harassment, and even hired this adult film actor.
It's me, good old Harvey, all right?
Although he didn't quite take to my directing style. Hey James, are you hard yet? After a little pep talk, my game was nearly complete. Now I just needed some consenting but unsuspecting gamers.
I've been gaming my whole entire life. I do get addicted to some games. Tekken, Mortal Kombat.
What are your thoughts on PC culture?
Like political correctness culture?
Yeah.
It's spiraling out of control. If you can't handle it, then get off the internet.
Me Too movement, yeah, I think that was just bound to happen.
I think it's a very important and very good movement. You can hop on the sue wagon and sue somebody and say, hey, I was part of that. I mean, I think that's unfortunately a big thing going on.
It's partly the victim's fault.
To prep our gamers for the full female experience.
So to mention, all of these guys had social media profiles. These are real people that really backed up what they said here. This was fucking weird. Are they going to casting couch them? Yes, they are, Allie.
I thought it might be
And it's the best thing.
helpful to introduce them to some subtle sexism first. Let's just do a little twirl. Okay. If it's loose, let me know. The last guy was a little bit just kind of broader in the crotch area.
Oh, really?
So this is like a remote. I'm sure you're probably used to things like this size in your hand. Pop quiz. The ON, what is that?
Well, it turns the game on.
Perfect.
Okay, the on button.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I could eat you. You smell so good.
No, that's okay.
We gotta get you a helmet. Okay, this is not gonna fit your head. Do we have a smaller headset? Here, come here. What size do you think?
Probably.
God damn it.
Probably do a women's medium.
Okay. Turn a
God
180.
damn it.
Here. I know, guys aren't that great at math. What do you see in front of you?
The wood door.
Great. Okay. Have so much fun, and please don't forget to smile.
Okay.
Welcome.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, I have to take this, but enjoy the game.
So I don't need that anymore.
Oh.
I'm not doing this.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable
Okay,
with doing
that's
this.
totally fine. That's really fine.
Did you expect me to stay on this the whole time?
Yeah.
Really?
If you are sensitive, we
I'm
want to
like-
honor that.
Yeah, no, I just like it. I'll try it one more time.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I will.
The minute
God
that
damn
you
it.
feel unsafe,
Right.
you will
God
let me
damn
know.
it. Yeah.
And the door is unlocked.
Would you mind just trying one more time then?
Are you sure you want to do it?
Yeah, I'm down.
Do you mind if I jack off in front of you?
Gross.
I love her so
Shouldn't
much.
you have such a small penis.
Dude, what the? Oh.
Do you feel safe?
Yeah, I feel safe.
Are you sure that you feel safe?
Oh, no, yeah, I do. He's going by the plan.
Oof. 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 The intensity they're watching is insane.
Dude.
Thanks.
This one is sexual harassment in gaming. Why the plant? Oh, God, you young children. Harvey Weinstein jerked off in a plant. That's what he did. So that's this guy played Harvey Weinstein in a fake porn about Harvey Weinstein. I probably would tap out of this too. But again, wait till their responses, George. You're gonna love it.
That was good.
Oh, he's great. That guy's just awful.
Game over. You can take off your headset.
Cool. I wonder if that really happens in like business settings. It must.
Which demo did you get? Did you get the casting demo or the interview demo?
I think it was the interview demo.
How did you like that?
I liked the realism, but I didn't like the experience.
Did you learn anything from this experience?
Nope.
Did you learn anything from this experience?
You guys are assholes.
Okay.
Some of the women that are in these situations may give the false impression they're interested or that they're open to certain advances.
Do you know any female gamers?
Yeah. I mean, not
really.
I know.
You've heard that they
associated.
exist?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it give you anxiety?
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
And did it give you empathy?
Yeah, it did.
Do you think that men who harass women should be in positions of power?
Absolutely not. But I'm a Trump. I believe in Trump. I don't know if are you guys making correlations with Trump voters versus?
No,
Okay.
you just did that yourself.
Yeah.
So this like sprays out water in this.
Easily the best moment of the entire show. It's maybe one of the best things I've ever seen. It's like it's the self-report level is off the charts.
Harass women should be in positions of power?
Absolutely not. But I'm a Trump. I believe in Trump. I don't know if are you guys making correlations with Trump voters versus?
No, you just did that yourself.
Yeah.
So this like sprays out water, and this is the thing that like made me feel like something was touching me here. Like I kept feeling something right here, or somewhere like right here, and I was like thinking, I thought you were like part of the experience, like you were just touching me or something.
Well, that's the suit.
What the f? That's trippy, dude.
Yeah, nothing touched you.
No, I saw liquid here.
I don't know what to tell you, but there was no liquid there, so.
That's gaslighting.
That is gaslighting. Mission accomplished. But there are so many gamers who may never get to play my game, so for now, maybe the best way to avoid harassment in gaming is to just not play. Which begs the question, why do you still game?
It's so people like me can go slay dragons and believe they're actually doing it.
Virtual reality, even with roving bands of sex offenders. is still more fun than, let's say, our current reality with just a few sex offenders who have floated to the top. Do you think an experience like this might help somebody who doubts stories of victims?
I think more convincing would be hidden camera.
So if we did the same thing in a hidden camera setting and then put it on television, you think that that would be more impactful than this?
That would be more convincing.
I mean, that's 10 minutes. And it's got that many moments of just pure brilliance. Like, I don't know. All of it's that good. That's my favorite because it's so short and the points are just so good. But I'm a Trump. Are you drawing conclusion? No, but you just did. Just fuck me. I love it. Jenna Friedman, soft focus. All of hers are just great. The John McAfee one is absolutely fucking nuts. I don't even know how to handle it, but she's great. Soft focus is wonderful. Jenna's wonderful. And I will watch now I've got a bunch of episodes of this now, which makes me happy. That's good. Makes me very happy.
I enlisted some friends to help.
Hey Don, I'm Patty.
Hi.
It's nice to meet you. You're wearing a bright yellow shirt. You seem to like color.
Yeah, this one's also really nice. Do you want to just try this on in there and then...
Oh, it parts in the middle. I've worked with a lot of people. I've worked with, do you know Tom Cruise?
Don,
Yes.
do you know Tom Cruise?
I'm working on it. Does it make any difference of...
Oh, okay, so yeah, it looks like you need some help with this. Ariana Grande, do you know her? She's an incredible singer and an incredible range. She sings really high and she can also sing so low. It's not gonna hurt, it's not gonna hurt, it's not gonna hurt. So we're just doing a little grooming here. Cozy in the seat, huh? Perfect.
And just to be on the safe side, one last touch. Here is your rape whistle. It probably won't work, but it looks great with your blouse. Don decided that he could offer even more protection if he was stationed inside the bathroom.
I mean,
once Don was inside the stall, he discovered the real threat facing women in the bathroom.
since the best thing is she's extremely highbrow in how she handles stuff. She's exactly as mature as she needs to be.
Bathroom.
Do you have any toilet paper?
Running out of toilet paper.
Sorry, I'm out.
That's okay.
Don, when you hand her that TP, be really careful. That's a really expensive shawl. Don't rip it. It's an original Eileen Fisher.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow, thank you. I needed that.
Don, compliment her shoes. Women love that.
I'm sure she's fine.
Hopefully this conservative politician learned his lesson, but one final question remains. Why are transphobic politicians so obsessed with bathrooms?
Here's actually what I think. I think that conservative politicians want to be able to know who is trans and who is not trans so that they can know who to fuck.
But with their laws, they're able to fuck all of us.
It's true.
I mean, just come on. Hugh, it's a joke. They're fucking with him. That's the point. That's the point, Hugh. That's the point, Hugh. Fucking love it. I fucking love it. That's Jenna Fischer. Cannot recommend Jenna Fischer more. Her stand-up, good. She's funny. She's interesting. Very unique. She has one of my favorite bits. Well, you know what? I'm actually gonna play you because it's one of my favorite. It's the bit that I watched. I went, holy shit! This is the one. This is amazing.
What a weird time we're living in. I just hope all this Trump stuff doesn't make it even harder in the future for men to become president. Poor men. Aw. Poor men. You guys have had a rough couple weeks. I love men. One of my best friends is a man. I'm actually half man on my dad's side, so thank you. I get it, you know, it's
She's
a rough
great.
time. But lately I've developed a very rational fear of men based on how you portray yourselves in person. Like if I'm walking down the street and I see a group of businessmen, I don't know what the term is, like a fraud. If I see a scam of men in suits coming towards me, I'll find that I'll just instinctively clutch my purse and be like, don't grope me, you know? Don't grope me, I'm awake. You know?
Jesus
a lot
Christ.
of my
This is, by the way, one of my favorite. When you write jokes for stand-up, it's really difficult to do. And this is one of my favorite craftings of a joke like this that makes this sentiment. This is it's a perfect joke. It's actually a perfect joke, so enjoy.
My male friends are really nervous in this whole Me Too moment, so they're asking me for advice. And I tell them, if you're around a woman and she makes you feel nervous, just picture her clothed. Think of her as your daughter, or better yet, a person. Thank you. Treat her as an equal. I know it sounds crazy, but then maybe she won't blog about you on a website no one's ever heard of. Babe.gov. Thanks, Conan. It's a tough time for men right now. It's also a tough time for women, or if there are any Republicans watching by women, I just mean wombs. Yeah, it's a tough time for men. It's also a tough time for us wombs. It's a tough time for everybody, really. Well, except Nazis. Thank you. Nazis are having a great year. You know, they're getting glossy write-ups in the lying New York Times, polling well with Republicans. They're really just killing it, you know? You can tell how far we've slipped as a country in just the past year by how it's no longer okay to joke about Nazis. It's no longer kosher to joke about Nazis. Everybody's so sensitive right now. They're like, don't joke about Nazis. My neighbor's a Nazi. We didn't know that a year ago. But now some of our neighbors are Nazis. Like, I feel bad for World War II vets who couldn't talk politics at the Thanksgiving table because their grandkids are Nazis. It's like, Grandpa, don't talk about liberating Auschwitz. You'll upset Trevor. Any Nazis in the audience? You're laughing, but I have to ask. They're in America. We all saw the footage of Charlottesville. Guys dressed like dads who lost custody of their kids, prancing around a college campus they couldn't get into, exercising free speech with their AR-15s, you know, like Nazis. David Duke was there. He's very hard to spot with all the plastic surgery he's had. You'd think for a white supremacist, he'd be more comfortable in his own skin. Thank you, one guy. Thank you.
She's so good at this.
Our country is very divided right now about what to do with this new strain of North American tiki Nazi. Do we punch them? Do we not punch them? You know, it's tough because it's like on one hand, violence incites violence, but so do Nazis. So what do? I don't think violence is ever the answer, But I do think we need to do a better job at making Nazis feel less safe to be Nazis in America and espouse their ideology and recruit other Nazis. Because that doesn't really ever work out for anyone who's not a Nazi. Or for Nazis. Thank you. It doesn't work out for Nazis either. Like, it's not like they won, you know? So here's my advice. If you see a Nazi on the street, don't punch him, but maybe lightly harass him. Catcall him. Tell him to smile. If any Nazis work for you, pay them less. Take credit for their ideas. Except that one. You guys see where this is going. If we in America treat Nazis the way that we treat women, at the very least, they will never become president. Thank you guys so much.
That's genuinely, like, amazing. It's just genuinely a wonderful political comment, subversive, interesting, smart, funny as fuck, and accurate. She's great. She's genuinely fucking wonderful. She's fantastic. I don't know who the fuck these other people are, but Jenna Fischer, fucking wonderful. It's one of my favorite bits. Not your, the line, if we only could treat Nazis like we treat women, is so fucked up. I love it. I get a kick out of it. If you're not a stand-up guy, you're not a stand-up guy. So be it. There's a... Let's see. Who else? Well, Stanhope's a given. Already talked about him. Who else? There was someone else I got... Who did I get turned on to that was pretty great? God damn it. No. My buddy Brendan, I mentioned him a few times. So Brendan Walsh, he's fucking funny too. He doesn't do stand-up as much anymore. It's not his thing. But he's great, and he's done some of my favorite bits, but my favorite thing he's done, and he's funny as shit. He did the Bone Zone podcast for a long time, but now he does the World Record podcast. He's fantastic. Brendan Walsh. It's hard to describe like what he is as a thing, because his deal is very odd. Like he just always plays with stuff. Can't believe you'd laugh at women, Brooks. I do laugh at. There are a few women I laugh at. Not a ton, sadly. I'd like to laugh at more women. So he was on Jimmy Kimmel, and because he's friends with Jimmy, and Jimmy had him on to do stand up, and he came on, and it was Halloween, so he went and did stand up as Scary Monster. I think I've played this before. No one knows who's behind Elephant Graveyard. No clue. The entire thing is intentionally bad. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, I'm going to play this. I'm going to make you watch this. Sorry. I know.
How you doing, folks? You look great. You really look alive. This is better than the gig I had last night. I had to perform at a ghost convention. What a dead crowd. All they did was boo me the whole time, too. It was rough. But seriously, folks, don't you hate it when you're hiding under the couch and right before you're going to grab somebody on the ankle, they get up and leave? I hate it when that happens.
Oh, yes, again. Yep. I have a different sense of humor. I've done stand-up. If you didn't know, I've done these things. I've gotten up. I enjoy these things. I get a kick. It takes a lot to make me smile. It takes a lot to make me smile, not so Oedipus. And it's usually embodied in things that make no sense. Because I get tired of jokes. For the most part, I get tired of jokes. I don't find it funny. I don't find them funny. And
We have a great announcement for you. We have a special guest here tonight for all. You guys excited about that? I need you to give a very warm welcome, a Go Bananas welcome to Daniel Richardson and his pal Woody, everybody. Come on.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dan Richardson, and this is my pal Woody. Say hello to everyone, Woody. Hi, everyone. So, Woody, how's it been going lately?
Not too good. My wife just left me.
Your wife left you? Why would she do that?
Well, we got in an argument and I got mad at her, so I took a shit in her vagina.
Absurdity, offensive, weird, unexpected. Yeah, George, that tends to be where I land. That's also Brendan Walsh, by the way. There's Scary Monster and also World Record Podcast. And if you guys watched when I did the, I went up, I sang I was Dave from LA. That was his show too. And he is a whole nutcase. Like, it's hard to describe how fucking weird he is. It's actually very difficult to describe how weird he is. It's very difficult. 1 second. I know he's got the songs. Where's the music videos? Fucking... I don't even know.
Look at that girl, she makes me sick. She's got a water.
I don't even know. He's fucking completely out of his mind. And he tries to make these characters. He did a lot of Crank Anchors. Like, he's been doing a whole bunch of stuff. He's been in a bunch of shit. But he is unique. And he's a really good dude. He's a really good dude. Genuinely a good dude. Let's see. Let's find one of the episodes you can just see. Because he is completely out of his mind.
Woo! It's showtime!
Yeah, that'll never change.
Well, but you know, they do pass away.
My kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you're looking ever to recommend me comedy, my kind of thing. Tim and Eric-esque, odd, strange, big deal to me. The stuff you have to think about. Takes a few moments. That tends to be my jam.
Okay, great. And this, maybe I'll play some background music because this is I hope you have some time because it's going to be a real story.
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
Dry cleaning and laundry. This is
How's it going? This is Brendan, the B Man. I'm here with we had a bet on whoever answered the phone whether they would have a high voice or a low voice,
And Doug and
Literally,
I
they do this for
both said
hours.
definitely low, because usually it's a guy that answers the dry cleaner. But you have the most feminine.
You shocked the world.
You shocked the world. You have the most, dare I say, and if you're married or whatever, I'm not hitting on you, but dare I say you have the most feminine voice I've ever heard in my life.
That's hilarious because I used to be a boxer.
I thought you were going to say I used to be a dude.
No, not as far as I can recall. Never.
He and Doug obviously tour and worked together. I got a kick out of them. They're fun. Doug's fun. Doug is I can't play Doug. I would upset about half my audience and he'd never come back. But if you like offensive comedy, Doug is top notch. Genuinely top notch. Louis C.K. is still great. I mean, all of the greats are great. I don't care. I think Louis is still funny. I don't. I think Louis is still funny. One sec.
Because he said that once, I tried that so many times. Don't do that tonight. And if you do have a point where you go, oh, this could make or break an audience, save it till the last of the 4 minutes that you have on Fox News. Because if you weren't watching, I was just filming a Fox News, whatever Tucker Carlson's replacement guy was. For some reason, Fox News wants you to do 4 minutes. I have no affiliation. I am not known to you, half of you in this room, much as Fox News. And I go, all right.
Doug Stanhope's a comedian who joins us now. Doug.
So I riffed it.
I don't know dog dick about Hunter Biden.
So I go, yeah, I'm probably going to get kicked off. You don't think I'm fucking mic'd up on my own? Go, okay, that's it. Have another one, Mr. Stanhope. I'm not even drunk. I'm on my third drink. I got a host tonight. I'm saying always say yes. See where it goes.
Hello.
Hey, Doug, it's Jack with Jesse Waters. How are you?
Good.
Awesome, man. Well, it's good to connect. We're looking forward to getting you on the show. I did want to reach out, though, to see if tomorrow might work instead. It doesn't look like we're going to have that historian tonight. So I want to see if tomorrow would maybe work for you.
Yeah, it probably might work better for. I'll be up in Tucson, so that way they wouldn't have.
That actually would definitely make it easier, probably.
All right. So yeah, we'll try to do it tomorrow.
Okay, awesome, man. Well, cool. We're looking at trying to probably do that story. Are you cool with also maybe doing some news of the day if there's something that comes up that we're like?
Yeah, the quicker you can kick me things that I.
I think you might be a little closer to like 8:40. Is that okay? I know you said you had something right after.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, and it does sound pretty cool.
It was going to be about Hunter Biden, he learns, basically. You can watch the whole bit. It's really fantastic.
I had to look it up this way. All true things that he did. He banged his brother's wife. Like, he's a wild child.
All right.
Yeah. You're cool.
This is what we need. This is why it's a ladies' room. I banged my brother's wife.
Mm-hmm.
I've had hookers.
Yes.
I have not really smoked crack.
I do crack.
God damn it. I fucking hate Chive TVs with all my fucking... everywhere it is, it takes... all the conversation, it takes your attention. It's fucking the fucking devil.
I can't believe it's.
Hey, we're about to we're going after this segment, so I'll give you the high sign when you turn into extras.
Yeah, extras.
The Hunter Biden story has it all. You have drugs, prostitutes, sex tapes, guns, dirty wires, tax dodgers, and so much more. Diamonds. How could I forget the diamonds? It's the kind of bad boy story that Hollywood have picked up in a heartbeat, but not in Washington. Democrats spent years doing everything but talking about Hunter. But if you think about it, if you're a Democrat, why would you want to talk about him? We just thought Democrats were embarrassed, but we were wrong. Turns out Democrats fell for the bad boy. And like a high school girl hiding it from her parents, they've been hiding their urges until now.
Man, I need to start hitting producers up and see if they'll have me back on. Man,
found out Hunter shafted the IRS and blew $1 million on sex. Democrats were orgasmic.
They don't even know what's happening.
Yes, these charges against Hunter paint the picture of a deeply troubled. I can't Hunter already spent
millions out from the panorama with the crack pipe. Am I old-fashioned? I always thought sleeping, getting all your friends arrested, and acknowledging the baby on the road. A comedian who joins us now. Doug, I mean, I miss this. Hunter's cool.
First of all, I have no party affiliation. I am wingless. I am a grubworm, maggot. I don't care either. But you're completely ignoring that they were making fun of themselves as much as anyone. I listened to the sketch. I don't know dog dick about Hunter Biden. I have a home life and I do things. I don't. But Hunter Biden isn't a new story. Like, if you go back to Betty Ford had problems. Were you trashing her for being an alcoholic? The guy's evidently a drug addict. He's having some fun, I guess. Billy Bush, Billy Carter, Billy Beer. Wasn't that funny in the moment? Did we have to wait a long time? Chelsea Clinton, you know, she sold a bunch of top secrets to WikiLeaks and changed her gender. All of the presidential families have had issues. Why Hunter Biden is specifically chafing your crack?
Well, I think because Hunter has had all of the issues that everyone has ever had in the history of first families. And I'm fine with it because this whole time I didn't realize how cool he was.
I banged my brother's wife while he was the night before my brother graduated boot camp at Paris Island. I banged his fiance in a pool in a Holiday Inn at 17. Okay. So I was technically a rape victim too.
All right.
I'm saying we've all done things.
We've all done things. You've done quite a few things this evening. Have another one, Stanhope. Love you.
I just started.
I can tell.
Yeah.
When you know the TV crew is there, who's filming, is like, that's it? That's how you know they cut him short.
Didn't get to the stuff that was going to get me chucked off. Of course they dumped me. You don't think I'm fucking mic'd up on my own because I have my own camera crew on your camera crew. Of course I'm getting dumped.
Yeah, I guess we're done. All right. So you were trying to get dumped.
No, I knew I wasn't gonna get dumped eventually, but
I love Doug. I appreciate Doug. Doug's great. And if you haven't seen it, if you want to listen, this is a fun one. Let's see. A few years old. Hey, you can give it a listen sometime if you are dying to get a little bit of extra Brooks. I've always appreciated that Doug and I have gotten to be friends. This was one of the most surreal nights of my life. My buddy Chuck, who my cousin Josh, who was like he was like an older brother to me. He died of something, drug or alcohol related. It's a long story. One of his friends who was, one of the drug guys, is a guy named Chuck, and Chuck and his wife were in town. I was in LA and he hit me up and he's like, "Hey, I'm in town. I want to get together." And I was like, "Well, I was going to head up to the Comedy Store because a friend of mine's in town. You want to go?" And he's like, "Sure, that'd be fun." So we go up. This was about 7 years ago. So it was a little, this was when I was, let's see, this would have been when I was working on, Starbreeze, I think. Yeah, I think it was Starbreeze. And we get there and Doug waitlisted me and Chuck and his wife. We get to the green room, we go hang out. And then Doug's like, he's got a bunch of his people there. And he's like, hey, we're going to record an episode of the podcast tonight. Do you want to do that? And it was like, what the fuck? Sure, why not? And so we just started drinking. And then like Rogan's there and we're drinking and talking about stuff. This is a surreal fucking night. And then Louis Anderson came by, who I adore. And Doug introduced me. Apparently he and Louis are like friends. And Joe hangs out for a while, he's like 2 feet tall in real life, 2 feet tall and 6 feet wide, like weird, oddly bulky motherfucker. He looks like an action figure. Like he has the proportions of an action figure. And we just started drinking and talking. And it's probably one of my favorite interviews I've ever done. And Shillelagh was there and that was a blast. It's probably one of my favorite interviews I've done on the whole thing. It starts at 2809, by the way. What a trip. What a trip. And so it was done in the Basement Podcast where like they used to do all of their recordings at the Comedy Store. It was a fucking trip. Man, what a weird night. I just got fucking trashed. I think I was like 13 or 14 drinks in by the time we got down here, and it just kept going. They were pulling more drinks. I'm a gin and tonic guy when I'm drinking a lot, and it was just tons. And Doug puts it away. Jesus Christ, Doug puts it away.
Oh fuck! I'm sure Louis Anderson. We're talking about Louis Anderson, not CK. Louis Anderson is here at the Comedy Store. Where we thought, hey, you know, opportunities, we'll just podcast and who shows up? Well, Brooks Brown shows up.
Randomly.
Yeah.
Well, mostly because there was alcohol offered. So I did. What a weird night. And then Chuck, who like just was like freaking out because he's in the fucking, they have like a back green room, but they have like a special bar for performers. And so if you know people, you can get back there. It's kind of like the little special area. And Chuck and his wife just got to hang back there with like all these comedians. I think Burr was there. It was fucking surreal. What a weird night. God, what a weird night. I'm going to be ending my night though. And with that, I'm going to send you to one of the political streams I mentioned earlier. My friend, yours.
This is one of the instances.
Kid, not Ken.
The police officer is aiming it just straight ahead and shot it at this woman, and it stuck. I don't remember if it was a woman. Stuck inside of her fucking helmet.
They're going to be talking about important shit, and I think you should be helping them talk about important shit.
She didn't die or whatever.
So do that.
But like, very likely could have.
Of course.
And just like tons of situations like that.
Say hi to Kid. Give love.
Which
and I'll see you all.
Yeah, a lot of the criticisms that they were getting for the sort of disproportionate approach to